and maybe everything. We got a little window right now for sure, so I'm going to start it up. I'm going to ask you to please stand for the playing of the national anthem. Time to go racing. We ain't playing today. We're going to do as quick as we can, as fast as we can, beat this weather out, pay somebody $20,000 today. Day number 2. Gonna make a first call for top bulb door cars to 1 and 2 for round number 1. Top bulb door cars to 1 and 2 for round number 1. Potential buy, Mark Price, lane 7.
1 and 2 for round 1, Mark Price.
Bottom bulb. Pair number 1, round number 1. Mike Thornwall going to take on Ryan Ricketson. Thornwall, 67 Camaro, new ride for him this year. Dialed in at a 610, going to take on Ryan Ricketson. Coming out of New York, Ricketson driving a Challenger, dialed 674. Reaction time advantage goes to Mike Thornwall. Win like Thornwall, 007, one above. Takes 24th out the stripe. Ricketson was 034, also one above. Thornwall, come back for round number 2. Next up, left lane, we got Mike Bryson. Driving ES10. Reigning track champion here in Pro ET. Going down 640, going to take on Joe Dukin. Driving the Coles Cutlass. Broke the pickup truck yesterday. Jumped into Cutlass, down 645. Once again, top bulb door cars, 1 and 2. Potential buy, Mark Price. Big reaction time advantage. Going to Joe Dukin. Shoot and does. Put the wind light on. 003 goes 4 above. Takes 9 thou. Bryson missed it on this end. It was 052. Dead on 1. No good. Dukin around 2. We got Scott Dreyer, Evan Poust. Dreyer left lane in the Blazer. It's going to dial 635. Did a little dry hop for us. Take on Evan Poust. Poust picked himself up a $20,000 win this year off the bottom at the Mutt and Jeff. Poust dialed 660 in a wheel standing Vega wagon.
When you call the door.
Once again, looking for door cars, the 1 and 2 for round number 1. We need your cooperation today. Like I said, we got windows here and there to get this race in, and we want to do it. So bring them up. Reaction time advantage went to Drea, but the win light goes to Poust. 047, 1 above, takes 4 thou. Drea was 025. Goes 4 above, gets 4 thou behind. Poust around 2. Cody Hoover, Paul Northrup. Hoover, yesterday's bottom bulb winner. It's going to dial 682 in the Camaro. Going to take on Paulie Northrup out of Percy, Pennsylvania. ISC Racers tape Chevelle, dialed 632. Only 2 thou separate them. 2 good reaction times. Wind light's gonna go. Cody Hoover, 18 up front, goes 2 above, gets there by 17 thou. Northrup was 016, drops to go 4 above. Wrong move, Cody Hoover. Gonna move on. Joel Alberts, which is Jesse Alberts, and Brian Haight. Alberts left lane, broke his car yesterday, jumped in Joel's car, dialed 696. Gonna take on Haight out of Vernon, New Jersey, 68 Camaro, dialed 645. Only a thou separate these two. Anybody's race, win light's gonna go. Alberts, 36 up front, dead on 2. He gets there by 7 thou. Brian Haight was 035 at a thou in the bank, goes 10 thou above to be 7 thou behind Jesse Alberts. Moving on. Once again, we're looking for top bulb door cars. We need you. We need your cooperation this weekend, guys. So bring them on up. We want to do what we can do. Top bulb door cars, 1 and 2. Next up, we got Christina DeBartolomeo, left lane, Beaver Springs, Pennsylvania, 88 Camaro. Christina was our bottom bulb runner-up yesterday. She's dialed 698, going to take on Timothy Fletcher. Fletcher out of North Carolina, 69 Nova, ATI, Denzo, Mickey Thompson, all helping Timothy out. Fletcher in it at 619. 16 now separate them. Advantage to Bartolomeo, but the win light goes to Fletcher in a double breakout race. Timothy's 0.48, 1 thou under. Christina was 0.32, took 21 thou to break out by a little bit more. She breaks out by 6 thou. Margin of victory, 5 thou in the breakout, going to Timothy Fletcher. Next up, we got Chris Gagne taking on Mike LaRose Jr. Gagne left lane. Beautiful. A Zuzu Ombre pickup truck. No, it's not an S10. Dial 624, going to take on LaRose. Vega Wagon, dial 581. Gagne knocks the top out as per usual. $17,000 separate these two. Advantage and win light's gonna go. Mike LaRose, 28 up front. Goes one above, takes 9 thou. Gagne was 0.45, dead 9, and no good. He'll be thinking about that buyback. Scan buyback's front gate. Give yourself a shot. It is $20,000 to win today. Got Pete Prasnell, Billy Lieber, your final pairing in a buy run. Prasnell left lane, driving the Brogy. Dial 553, going to take on Billy Lieber. Chevy 2, 606 dial. $14,000 out between them this time. Advantage goes Billy Lieber. But the win light goes Prasnell. Double breakout race one more time. Prasnell 40 up front. Breaks out by 19,000. Lieber was 0.26. Took 21 to break out by a little bit more. Prasnell returns. And your buy run's going to go to Miss Michelle Strunk. Coming out of Chick-Shinny, Pennsylvania. 78 Trans Am. Michelle dialed 680. And she goes 683 at 101. Gonna make a final call for top bold door cars. Top bold door cars. Drivers to your cars. Let's go. Drivers to your cars. Load them up. Lanes 1 and 2. Load them up there, Dylan. We go first pair top bulb door cars. Got Dylan Biondo going to take on Tony Yost. Biondo left lane. Middle Village, New York, S10. Dylan dialed 603 going to take on Tony Yost out of pack sign is 67 Camaro. Dialed 517. Separate them this time, advantage Biondo, but the win light goes to Yost. 023 goes 4 above. Dylan gets there by a bunch. He's 011 up front. Takes 70 at the stripe. Kills a bunch of mile an hour, but breaks out. Yost gets a break. He'll come back for round number 2. Dylan will be headed to the front gate. Leah Starner, Kyle Core next up. Starner left lane out of Carlisle, Pennsylvania. 67 Mustang dialed 563, going to take on Kyle Core. Driving a Nova, dialed 649. One light's going to go to Core, 31 up front, goes 655. Leah using up a lot of track, had to click it early, goes 649 on that 563. Tough one there. Core's coming back. It's going to bring up Matt Patterson, Lenny Wisniewski. Patterson left lane, driving the S10. Long bed, dial 670. Wisniewski throwing lots of rounds yesterday. I believe. Quarterfinal round, main event, 547 dial for Wisniewski. He's going to come back for round number 2. Patterson turns at 18 thou red. Lenny, 023, and 3 thou under. Make his way to round number 2. Now we got Jamie Horton going to take on Lorelei Hoover. Jamie left lane, driving a Pontiac Astra, dial 605. We'll take on Lorelei out of Catawissa, Pennsylvania. Driving John's Camaro, dial 626. Good one here, 4th out, separate them. 4th out advantage goes Jamie Horton. Win light goes Lorelei Hoover, 008, one above. Gets there by 32 thou. Jamie was 004. That goes 4 above 8. Ends up behind Lorelei at around 2. I'll bring up Richie Hoffman and Rich Nowitzki. Hoffman left lane. Grand Am, dial 582. Going to take on Nowitzki Dodge Roadster, dial 577.
Right lane, water bus.
To a 30, advantage Nowitzki, win light Hoffman. Wow, Hoffman is 30 up front, goes 3 above. Rich Nowitzki is 011, takes a ton of stripe to break out by 9 hun. Ooh, come on Nowitzki. Hoffman comes back. Frank Zeg, John Northrup. Frank Zeg, driving to come out today, dialed 611. Going to take on young John Northrup, Percy, Pennsylvania, ISC Racers tape. Camaro, dialed 591.
Red sticker tracks on standby.
Red Red Sticker Dragsters, you're on standby. Red Sticker Dragsters on standby. Have your stuff ready. 8 down, separate them. Advantage goes John Northrup. Northrup 11 up front, goes 3 above. Gets there by 2 thou. Zeg is 19, 2 above 8. Be 2 thou behind. Both at 111 miles an hour. John doing a nice job at the stripe. He'll come back. Nick Slovey, Tommy Zimmerman. Next up, Slovey left lane. Driving to Daytona, dial 607. Going to take on Tommy Zimmerman. Pack Sinus, Pennsylvania. 529, the dial for the Camaro. Racers in the lanes, if there's any chance your car got wet, going through puddles, whatever it is, just make sure it's dry. Please, for your own benefit. Separate of advantage, Zimmerman. Win lights, Slovey. 15 up front, goes 1 above. He gets there by 5 thou. Tommy was 005. Goes 2 above 8. Ends up 5 thou behind. And I'm going to say Tommy's down maybe a little bit mile an hour. Slovey coming back. Jeff Krasinski, Vinny Bronca next up. Crush, left lane out of Shamokin. Dial 563. Going to take on Vinny Bronca, Norristown, Pennsylvania. Camaro, dial 570. Nobody stellar, but advantaged by 9 thou. Goes Krasinski. Win light goes Krasinski. 29 up front, 1 above. He gets there by 13 thou. Bronca was 038, also 1 above. Win light goes Krasinski. We had Krasinski, now we got Truskowski. Mark Truskowski, left lane, Mountaintop, Pennsylvania. Camaro, dial 593. Going to take on Ryan Rubel out of Bethlehem in the Mustang, dial 594. Turns an 8 thou red. Truskowski to round number 2, 21 up front and 1 above. Just going to put Mark's win light on. Rubel 8 red, also 1 above. Have to think about that buybacks. Buybacks at the front gate, $200. Give yourself a shot for the $20,000 that we're going to hand out today. Jack Grader, Matt Costable. Next up, Grader left lane, Roland Thunderbird, dial 529. Going to take on Costable out of Ontario, Canada. Camaro, dial 535. Good one here, 4th out, separate them. Advantage went to Costable, win light goes to Jack Grader. How about 13 dead on 0 for a 13 pack? Costable was 009, slightly better reaction time, but takes 38 at the stripe to break out by almost 400. Grader moving on. Brock Mosier, Scott Popple. Mosier left lane, Reinholz, Pennsylvania, 71 Vega, wagon. Dot 538, going to take on Popple and the Firebird. Dot 525. Popple went ton of rounds yesterday in our main event. Right now there's 6 down between them. 6 down advantage to Mosier. Win light goes to Mosier. 19 reaction time. Goes 3 above, takes 7th thou. Papa was 025, also 3 above. Win light goes Brock Mosier. Now we got Mike Barber, Gerard Hamlick. Don't call me Mikey, left lane. Driving his Mustang, $616. Going to take on Hamlick. Runner-up in the main event in his dragster yesterday, $601. Gerard, don't forget the crossover. Just saying. And I know you don't hear me. Gonna make a call for Red Sticker Dragsters to 5 and 6 for round number 1. Red Sticker Dragsters to 5 and 6 for round number 1. Potential by Chris Beauchamp. Reaction time advantage went to Hamlick. Win light goes to Barber. 13 dead on 6 for a 19 total for Mikey. Hamlick was 009, took 42 thou to break out by a few. Mikey Barber, don't call me Mikey. Coming back. Tom Scriff-Ignano, Brent Nowitzki this time. Scriff, left lane, driving ES10, $658. Going to take on Nowitzki. Trans Am out of Slatington, $638. Fuel will open in 10 minutes if you need fuel. It's going to open up in about 10 minutes. Between them. Anybody's race? Win light goes. Nowitzki, 24. 1 above. Gets there by a thou. Scriff-Ignano, 22. Also 1 above. Ends up a thou behind. Brent Nowitzki puts his win light on. We'll move to round number 2. Got Michael Zeg and K-Money. Zeg left lane, driving to Vega. Franklinville, New Jersey, $576. Going to take on Kyle Begley. K-Money, BTE Fiber, $572. Begley turns at 4th thou red. Zeg will move on. 025 reaction time. 1 above at 120 miles an hour. Once again, we need Red Sticker Dragsters 5 and 6. Red Sticker Dragsters 5 and 6. Take you now. Gonna bring up Peter Biondo, Mike Canova. Biondo, the Terminator, left lane, driving Sammy's Firebird. Dialed 592. Gonna take on Mike Canova. 56 Chevy 210. Showed up this morning, made his time shot. He's got to take on a Terminator. Round number 1. 610 dial for Canova. 592 Biondo. Only 2,000 separate them. Very slight advantage goes Terminator, and light goes Peter. Peter, 015 goes 594 at 108, drops hard. Lets Canova get there. Canova is 017, gets there by 47 thou, breaks out. Biondo doing the right thing at the stripe, and he'll come back. Bob Sacamano, Billy Lieber, good matchup here. Mr. Sacamano out of Manhattan, driving the Cuddy. Dial 523. He's been hot lately. Going to take on Lieber. Upstate New Yorker. Chevy 2. Dial 586. Extra time advantage going to Sacamano. Win like goes. Bob Sacamano, 14 dead on one for a 15 pack. Gets there by 8th thou. Drops a mile an hour. Does it all right. Lieber was 031. Broke out. Followed him through. Sacamano, like I said, he's hot. Kevin Little, Mark Ernest next up. Little left lane driving the Willies. Dial 550. Going to take on Mark Ernest. Millville, Pennsylvania, Chevelle, 530. We got 10th thou advantage this time. Going to go. Mark Ernest. Win like goes to Ernest. 5 dead, 4 for a 9 pack. For Mark Ernest. Little was 015 dead on 9. Not a bad lap, but ain't going to work out this time. Ernest. Nice 9 pack coming back. Got to take a moment, check out the track. May or may not have something there. Check it out, see what's up. We want a safe racetrack for all you wonderful racers. All right, racers, fire them up. Track is good. Once again, racers, we've called red sticker dragsters 5 and 6. Red sticker dragsters, we need you to 5 and 6. Continuing, round number 1. Jeff Pasquarella Sr. going to take on Anthony Zeg. Pasquarella left lane out of Totowa, New Jersey. Beretta, $5.59, going to take on Zeg. Franklinville, New Jersey Camaro, dialed 610.
I didn't know what you said, Zach. Talk slower.
$14,000 separate them. Advantage goes to Zeg, but the win light's going to Pasquarella. 15 up front, drops to go 2 above. Zeg was 001, took 51 thou to break out by 8 thou. Tough break. Pasquarella moving on. It's going to bring up David Catherman and Randy Shiley. A couple of regulars here at Numidia. Catherman left lane out of Millville. 72 Camaro, $640. Going to take on Randy Shiley, 2002 Camaro, Likens, Pennsylvania. Randy dialed 543. Time advantage this time is going to go Randy Shiley. When like goes Shiley, 27 reaction time, goes 3 above. Catherman missed it, so 69, 2 above, no good. Shiley to round 2. Dalton rolls Chris Caparose, couple of Chevy 2s. Dalton rolls left lane, new ride for him. This thing's spectacular. Dial 513, going to take on Caparose out of Percy, Pennsylvania. Also 66 Nova, dial 557. Rose turns at 4th thou red. Dalton rolls 003. Breaks out by 13th thou. He'll come back for round number 2. Caparose also broke out 4 red. Dalton rolls 003. We'll move on. Joey Harrison, Anthony D'Agostino next up. Harrison left lane. Driving the Campanello Camaro, dial 612. Going to take on the Patty Boy Nova of D'Agostino out of Bronx, New York, dial 580. Andy out of the Bronx. (16 to a 35) advantage. D'Agostino win line. D'Agostino 16 dead on 5, 21 total. Gives Joey Harrison no shot. He's 35 dead on 3, but 17 down behind. Anthony D'Agostino moves to round number 2. John Scott, Keith Albinson next up. Scott left lane, Escape Vega, dial 584. Gonna take on Albinson. Low ride, all green, S10, coming out of New Jersey, dial 568.
Make sure you give me my break in between your car and drag, please.
Big reaction time advantage goes to John Scott. Win light goes to John Scott. 006 dead on 6. 12 pack gets there by a bunch. He'll take the win. Albinson was 043. Drops to go 5 above. No good. 12 pack. John Scott coming back. Erica Grader, West Siegel. Next up, Grader left lane. 96 Mustang, dial 592. Going to take on West Siegel, and we're backing him out for just a minute. right, we're back to action. Erica Grader and Wes Siegel. Grader left lane in her Mustang. 96 model, dial 592. Going to take on Wes Siegel, Flemington, New Jersey. Spectacular 69 Camaro. Nice across the line burnout, dial 613.
Very bad.
$31,000 advantage goes to Mr. Burnout. Win like goes, Mr. Burnout laying down 6 total. 001 down on 5 for Wes Siegel. Grader is 032 dead on 0. Not going to work out. Siegel, 1 light, coming back. Richie Wilk, Steve Ryan next up. Wilk left lane, driving the Cutlass. TSR sponsored active disposal. RW Transmissions, his business, dial 584. Going to take on Steve Ryan. Chevy 2, dial 657. Wilk having problems on the line, rolls through the beams. Steve Ryan going to take the win. Goes 4 above at 103. Let's got to bring up Steve Cisco and Mike Holland now. The $1 Million Man, $1.1 million man. Last night won our $10,000 shootout in spectacular fashion. I don't want to jinx the man, but hey, when you're 001, trip zip 3 times out of 6 rounds, that's pretty crazy. Cisco dial 604, going to take on Mike Holland. Shade Gap, Pennsylvania, Mustang dial 634. Separate him. This time the advantage goes Mike Holland, but the win light's going to go to Cisco. Cisco, 21 up front, goes 10th hour, 11th hour above, drops to 106 miles an hour. Lets Holland get there, and he does by 31 thou. Breaks out by 12 thou. Win light goes Cisco. We got Scott Albrecht and Mark Denenbaum. Albrecht left lane, Jackson, New Jersey, driving the S10. I believe also owned by Kyle Koretsky, dial 589, going to take on Denenbaum. Clark Summit, Pennsylvania, Corvette, 562 dial. 7th out, separate him this time, advantage Albrecht. Win light in a double breakout, goes to Scott Albrecht, 006. Breaks out by 8 thou. Denenbaum does a nice job. He's 13 up front, takes a thou. Has to break out by more. Scotty Albrecht to round number 2. Good one here. Good matchup. Tyler Ryan going to take on Jeff Serra. Tyler, left lane, 73 Camaro, out of Maryland, dial 619. Going to take on Jeff Serra. Adamstown, Pennsylvania, 70 Nova. In Motion Solution. Serra, dial 604. To a 28, advantage goes Serra, and like goes Jeff Serra, doing what Jeff Serra does. 14 up front, goes 4 above, takes 4th hour at 96 miles an hour. Tyler Ryan was 028. 3 above. No good. Sarah, round number 2. Final pair, door cars, round number 1. Jeremy Popple going to take on Mark Price. Popple left lane. Went to the quarterfinal round, I believe, yesterday. Was that Scott? I think it was Scott. Dial 530 in a Firebird. Going to take on Mark Price. Pull for the buy. Does not get it. Mustang dial 561. Double 06 to 010. 2 good reaction time. Win like goes. Popple, 006. Dead on 7. 13 total. Price is 010. Takes 7th out to break out by 4th out. Had to take 3 or less. Win like goes. Jeremy Popple. Make a final call for Red Dragsters. Red Dragsters, you should be in the lanes. Once again, racers, we need your help today. We want to get this deal in. We want to hand out $20,000. So we need your help. We need you to be in the lanes when we call you. Let's rock and roll. First pair of dragsters, although one's really not a dragster. Jack Yost going to take on Amy Tate. Yost left lane, Pack Sinus, Pennsylvania, altered, dialed 568. Going to take on Amy Tate. Middlesburg, Pennsylvania, undercover chassis dragster, dialed 482. Turns it 4th out red. Amy Tate's going to come back. 20 reaction time. Breaks that by 16th down. Oh, baby. Yost is 4 red. Dead on 0. It's going to hurt just a little bit. But once again, we have buybacks today. It is $20,000 to win. Buybacks at the front gate. Give yourself a shot. Get back in. 20K. Next pair up, Brian Mailer, Nick Canova. Mailer left lane out of Rome, New York. Spitzer chassis, dial 506. Going to take on a Texas cowboy himself, Nick Canova out of Rockwool, Texas. 493 dial for Canova. Nobody's stellar, and only 2,000 separate them. Win like goes Mailer. 038, 2 above. Gets there by 25 thou. Canova was 036, goes 5 above, no good. Jerry Holcomb, Dan Marinelli next up. Holcomb left lane out of Dover, Pennsylvania. Quay chassis dialed 46, Pennsylvania. Race Tech chassis, dial 494. Double 08 to 025, advantage in win lights. Gonna go Dan Marinelli. 008, 2 above, gets there by 27 thou. Holcomb was 025, 3 above, no good. Marinelli moves on. It's gonna bring up Lauren Jones, left lane. Mount Airy, Maryland. American chassis, Lauren Dow, 464, gonna take on Kyle Coultrera, Elliott, Maine. Kyle, it's one Big Money Racer 2, dial 457. Advantage and win lights gonna go. Kyle Coultrera, 14 up front, goes 2 above, takes 18 thou. Lauren missed it on this end, was 050. Goes dead on 2 for a 52 pack, no good. Coultrera will move on around number 2. Brian Balducci, Tim Armstrong, chicken left lane, coming out of Voorhees, New Jersey. Balducci dial 488, gonna take on Tim Armstrong. Pack sign is Pennsylvania, M&M chassis for Tim. And he'll dial 476. Now we're going to have to hold them up. Might have a couple of drops coming down.
Alright guys, good news is track's pretty much dry. Won't be much longer and we can get back into it. So, if you have a dragster, get it ready. We had pair on the line, pair in the burnout box. Had Balducci and Armstrong. And car 1998 and 152. So we'll take those two pair back. Get them ready. So we want the Balducci Armstrong and then car number 1998 and 152. Take those pairs back shortly. We just got to do a quick prep on the track and we'll be ready to go. So those two pairs, we'll take them back and then we'll give a call for everybody else. So get them ready. Dragsters, very short standby. So warm them up, dry them off, get them ready. Gonna have to bear with us today. I know the rain kind of is a mood killer, but gotta deal with it. It's only Saturday. It's only 11 o'clock in the morning. No need to run out of here. So, got plenty of time. We're going to get this done. Might have to deal with a couple spotty showers. Not that big of a deal. Track's already dry. So, bear with us. We're doing the best we can. It's Saturday at 11 in the morning. Plenty of time to get this done. So, but we are looking for the two pair on the line, pair in the burnout box. You can bring them back up. Everybody else, get them ready. We'll be calling you very shortly.
All right, so just a little correction there. That was car 1598 against Rubel. So looking for Balducci, Armstrong, and Grusso was the guy matched up against Rubel. So those four drivers there will take you back to the lanes.
All right, we're spraying the track now. Once again, we need those dragsters back. The 4 cars, the 2 pair. Bring them up to the front. So we're gonna we'll keep 1 and 2 open for our 2 designated pair. I'll take the rest of dragsters, 3, 4. So we want our 2 pairs that were on the line to come up 1 and 2. The rest of yous come up 3 and 4, fill in the lanes. We're ready for you. Dragsters, bring them in. All right, so we got our designated pairs. We're looking for all dragsters. All dragsters will take you to 3 and 4. Dragsters, we will take you to lanes 3 and 4, please.
Final call for dragsters. That all? Everybody, all dragsters for round number 1. Bring them on up. We are back in action. Track is good. We got our pair pulling in the water box right now. So, once again, all dragsters for round number 1. We need you now. The rain is gone. Time to play. I'm going to try it again. Got Don Balducci in the Chicken Mobile and Tim Armstrong. Yeah, second time is a good one for Dom. Gonna back it up. Balducci's gonna dial 488, gonna take on Tim Armstrong out of Paxinus, Pennsylvania. Armstrong, regular here. Dial 476. This is round number 1. Try to get this $20,000 check handed out. Separate them. Anybody's race? When light goes Balducci. 14 reaction time, goes 1 above. Gonna put Dom's win light on. Armstrong was 016, took 14th out to break out by 4th out. Needed to take 10. Didn't happen. Balducci in round number 2. Joey Grosso and Dave Rubel next up. Grosso left lane out of Port Jefferson Station. I believe that's New York. Dial 449, going to take on Dave Rubel. Bethlehem, I know that's Pennsylvania. Rubel dial 460. Double 02 to not even close. Big advantage. Grosso win light. Goes to Joey. Double 02 dead on 8 for a 10-pack. Gets there by a bunch, but his win light is on. Rubel mixed it. So 56, 1 above, no good. Nice 10-pack. Joey Grosso. Jay Rolston, Paul Campanella. Coming up. Rolston left lane, Hunlock Creek, Pennsylvania. Jay, dial 473, going to take on yesterday's main event winner, Campy, Paul Campanella. Campanella dial 452. Ralston turns it 9th out red. Campanella will come back for round 2. 22 reaction time, breaks out by 13th out. It's going to move on. Ralston, of course, when you're red, you will be dead on the dial. 473.9 on the 473 for Ralston. But he's going to have to make his way up to the front gate. Once again, buybacks today are $200. Round money is higher than yesterday. Give yourself a shot at $20K. Frank Mark Jr., Mark Price next up. Frank Mark Jr. left lane out of Newton, New Jersey. Meticulously backing up from his burnout as usual. $4.89 going to take on Mark Price, Collegeville, Pennsylvania. Price in at a 473. Now separate him. Advantage goes Mark Price. Win light goes Mark Price. Double breakout raise. Price is 005. Breaks out by 13th thou. Takes 5th thou. Frank Mark Jr. was 012. Breaks out by 2 thou more. Win light goes Mark Price. Going to bring up Rich Osborne and Alex Albinson. Osborne left lane, Lake Ariel, Pennsylvania. Dial 481. Going to take on Albinson out of Wonton, New Jersey. Alex dial 452. Win light goes Osborne, 10 up front, goes 5 above, takes a bunch, but he was way out of it. Albinson missed it in a big way, goes 2 above, ends up a 10th behind at the stripe. Osborne comes back. Kenny Crown, Scott Tate, your next pair of competitors. Kenny left lane, Carbondale, Pennsylvania, dial 487, going to take on Scott Tate out of Middlesburg, Pennsylvania. Tate dialed 480. Good one here. 6th thou separate him. Advantage Kenny Crown. Win light Kenny Crown laying down a 10 pack. 003 dead on 7. Gets there by a thou. What a race. Tate is 9 dead 2. 11 total is no good. Round number 1. Kenny Crown coming back. Mark Ernest, Joey Harrison next up. Ernest left lane. Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde out of Millville. Mark driving the Chevelle and the dragster. One day I'll own a couple cars like that. Well, maybe not. I'm 69. Probably not going to happen at this point. $447 for Ernest. Taking on Joey Harrison, driving one of the campy cars. Dial 466. Advantage goes to Joey Harrison. Win light goes to Joey Harrison. 007, 11th thou up for an 18 pack. Gives Ernest no shot. He's 20 up front. Takes 9th thou to break out by 11th thou. Harrison moving on. Now we got Brian Hoover, Gerard Hamlick. Hoover left lane out of Catawissa. Dial 485. Going to take on yesterday's main event runner-up. Tough break. I did the math. He forgot to take the crossover out in the final. Would have been 013. But he was not. 488 dial for Gerard. 22,000 separate them. Advantage and win light's going to go. Brian Hoover, double breakout here. Hoover's 004, breaks out by 4th thou. Hamlick was 026, followed him through. Breaks out by 11th thou. Win light goes Hoover. It's going to bring up Joe Burish and Billy Boyko. Burish left lane. $100,000 winner last year in Virginia. $486. Going to take on Billy Boyko. Precision reaction car. Number 2 in the points here. Number 1 in the world last year in Super Pro. $485. Boyko turns at 4th thou red. Burish is 007. And 13th thou under. Come back for round number 2. Boyko 4 red, couple thou under. Sure he'll be headed to the front gate. Once again, it is $20,000 to win today. Buybacks at the front gate. Stick around. We got dinner coming tonight, so you don't want to just sit around and wait for dinner. Get back in, $20,000 to win. Eno Reginella, Bobby Strunk. Next matchup. Reginella left lane out of Hicksville, New York in the long car. $474 going to take on, need I say it, second hardest working man here at Numidia, Bobby Strunk. Strunky coming out of Chick Shitty in the old $560. Reaction top advantage. Going, Bobby Strunk. Oh, Bobby. Reginella's 046, dead on 2 for a 48 pack. Strunky was 18, took 37th thou to break out by 7th thou. Had to take 30 or less. Ouch. Reginella gets a little break. We'll come back for round 2. Dalton rolls, Paul Burris. Rolls left lane out of Muncie, PA. Double duty this weekend. Of course, that new spectacular Nova he's got. This is his dragster, $437. Going to take on Paul Burris. The Mutt and Jeff promoter, Mr. Burris, $456. Burris turns it 1, thou red. Rolls his 014, breaks out by 200, comes back for round number 2. Going to bring up Josh Speck and Scott Lorish. Speck left lane, not having a whole lot of luck this weekend so far, but pretty strong racer. Coming out of Fulton, New York, $445 in the Pro Charge car. Going to take on Scott Lorish, Center Valley, Pennsylvania, Miller chassis. Once again, thank you, Scott, for that great candy we got up here in the tower. It's just about gone. Might need another bag. $485 for Scott. $24,000 separate them. One light's gonna go. Josh Speck, 001, 1 above 7, takes 3 thou at the stripe. Lorish was 025, breaks out, was still 3 thou behind. Speck with a 1 light. We'll come back for round 2. Gotta bring up Matt Pizzolatto and George Gentile. Pizzolatto left lane. Supercharged car, $455. Gonna take on Gentile out of Dix Hills, New York. Race Tech chassis, George, $470. 22 to a 59, big advantage and win light's gonna go. George Gentile, 22, 10th hour above for a 32 package. Gets there by 10th hour. Pizzolato missed it. 59. Broke out by 17th hour. Still did not get there first. Gentile around 2. Now we got Vince Schroeder left lane. Shank, the racer, regular here at Numidia. Could have dialed 473. Going to take on Jeff Wisniewski out of Dixon City, Pennsylvania. Jeff dialed 479. Gonna put pro buybacks on standby. Pro buybacks, you're on standby. Have your stuff ready to go. Pros on standby. Win light this time is gonna go Wisniewski, 006. 10th hour above. Well, actually 16th hour above. Puts win light on. Shorter was 034. Also one above. No good. Wisniewski at around 2. Brian Crump. Bill Waters next up. Crump left lane. Gap, Pennsylvania. Crestman Chassis, dial 495. Going to take on Waters out of Carlton, Maine. Massachusetts. I said Maine yesterday. I'll get it right. Massachusetts for Waters, dialed 482. Two down between them. Decent reaction times. Anybody's win light. It's going to go. Waters. 15 up front, 2 above. Gets there by 6 thou. Crump was 017. Exactly 300 above to be 6 thou behind. Waters to round 2. Should be a good matchup here. Brian Source going to take on Jack Ostrowski. Source left lane. Driving, I guess it's his Drexler. New to him. Dial 489 going to take on Jack Ostrowski, East Coast alternator. That'd be his business. Echo dial 439. To a 17, advantage Ostrowski, but the win light goes. Ooh, Source is 17, dead on 0. Nice lap. But Ostrowski was 003, took 25 thou to break out by 11th thou. Had to take 14 or less. Source puts the win light on, comes back. Bob Kalipski, Jackson Waters next up. Kalipski left lane. Dial 444. Take on Waters out of Massachusetts. Dial 498. Nine thou separate them. 19 dead on 6 for a 25 pack. Waters was 010. Took 33 thou to break out by 18 thou. Kalipski comes back for round number 2. Chet Dragon, Jorge Bolano. My hero. One of my heroes. Chet Dragon. I mean, this guy does it. This is a low dollar car. And that's no offense to him. Does a great job with it. 32 Bantam dial 633. Going to take on Jorge Bolano out of Boca Raton, Florida. Jorge dial 457.
Pro buybacks.
We'll take pro buybacks to 3 and 4. Pro buybacks, lanes 3 and 4. Bring them on up. Pro buybacks, 3 and 4. 4,000 thou separate them this time. Slight advantage and Winlight's gonna go. Jet Dragon. Dragon is 19 up front, 3 above. Gonna take out Bolano, who's 23 up front. Goes 7 above. No good. And Michael Shoup. Wilson left lane out of Argyle, Pennsylvania. Dial 475. Gonna take on Shoup. Hagerstown, Maryland. Dial 477. Separate them this time. Advantage went to Wilson. Winlight goes to Shoup. 38 dead on 9. Gets there by 4th thou. Wilson, better reaction time at a 24. Goes 2 above 7. To be 4th thou behind Michael Shoup to round number 2. We got Heather Boyko Castelletti left lane. Northampton, Pennsylvania. Precision react. Won our points championship here last year. Leads this year. 471 going to take on Steve Morgret. Morgret out of Hagerstown, Maryland. Dial 452. Ninth hour advantage this time goes Morgret, but the win light goes Heather Castelletti. Heather's 25, 2 above 9. Drops him off. Morgret was 016, gets there by 49th thou to break out by 11th thou. 38 or less would have put a win light on, but it didn't happen. Heather's coming back for round number 2. Jesse Alberts, Jamie Sirocco. Good matchup here. Jesse left lane. Burnville, Pennsylvania, Racecraft Chassis, dial 464. Gonna take on Sirocco out of Watertown, Connecticut. Jamie, dial 447. Separate them, advance Winlight, Jesse Alberts. Jesse's 15 up front, goes 1 above 9, gets there by 11th thou. Sirocco 020, 2 above 5, 11th thou behind. Jesse Alberts will move that entry into round number 2. Emily Marinelli, Jeff Serra. Emily left lane out of East Stroudsburg, Pennsylvania, dialed 497, going to take on Big Money Jeff Serra. Jeff in a relatively new ride. I think he's partnered up with Krasinski. Serra dial 485. And just saying, I like to say this, but Jeff, he can probably go under. He can probably go under. Probably by a lot. I'll keep that quiet. Nobody knows. Thirteenth down between them. He's rocking and rolling already. And he puts the win light on. And he does what he does. Better reaction time at a 15. Goes 2 above. Takes 5 thou. Emily, not bad, 28, 1 above, but no good. Serra coming back. Mike Rogers, Mark Siegel, next matchup. Rogers left lane out of Albany. Race Tech Chassis, dial 476, going to take on Mark Siegel. Flemington, New Jersey, undercover. Siegel, dial 468. 12th out between them. Nobody spectacular. Advantage went to Siegel. Win like goes Siegel. Siegel's 30 up front. Those 3 above gets there by 13th thou. Rogers 042. Also 3 above. Win like goes Siegel. Left lane, we got Tommy Dorber, the Red Rocket out of Medford, New Jersey. Dialed 467, going to take on Gene Drugan Jr. out of Quakertown, Pennsylvania. $12 through a 39, 27th thou. Advantage goes Drugan. Win light goes Drugan. Double breakout. Drugan is 12 up front, breaks out by 13th thou. Dorber was 039, breaks out by more. When light goes Drugan. Killer matchup here right now. Timmy Markaglu going to take on Scott Albrecht. Markaglu left lane out of Staten Island. Timmy Dow 449 going to take on Scott Albrecht. Nitrofish KPK Dragster. Scotty Dow 466. $14,000 separate of advantage. Markaglu, win light, Albrecht. Wow, double breakout here. Albrecht is 15 up front. Breaks out by 8th thou. Ooh, this one's gonna hurt. Markaglu, 001. Takes 17th thou to break out by 11th thou. Margin of victory in a double breakout. 3th thou goes Scotty Albrecht's way. Matt Sheldon Buckwitz. Next up, Shell left lane out of Long Valley, New Jersey. Dialed 482. Going to take on Buckwitz. Parineville, New Jersey. Dialed 474. Once again, pro buybacks. We need you now. $27th thou advantage goes to Matt Shell. Win like goes Shell. 002 light, 2 above, gets there by 22th thou. Buckwitz was 029, also 2 above. Shell coming back. Another good matchup here. Jimmy DiGiaco going to take on Kyle Contreras. Both guys doing lengthy burnouts, I'd say. DiGiaco left lane backing up. Going to dial 442 out of Hopewell, New York. Going to take on Kyle Contreras. Elliott, Maine for Kyle. Contreras dial 456. 25 to a 36. 11th hour advantage goes Cutrera. Win light goes Cutrera. 25 dead on 2. 27 total. Gives to Jocko no chance. He's 36 dead on 8. No good. Cutrera moves on. Todd Martin, Charlie Muley. Next up, Martin left lane. Past bracket finals winner here. Well, not here, Division One. Also won in, at the time, I believe, California for the World Championship many years ago, probably 8, 9 years ago. $489 going to take on Charlie Muley out of Yonkers, New York. Charlie $460. 2 to a 26, 24th hour advantage goes to Todd Martin. Win light goes to Todd Martin with a 3-pack. 002 dead on 1, and I just hit my knee. Ouch! Muley is 026 dead on 1. Both guys dead on 1. But Martin's the 4th out. He'll come back for round number 2. Door car buybacks, you're on standby. Door car buybacks on a short standby. Got Bill Marone left lane. RPD engine proprietor. 451 dial for Bill. Gonna take on Rob Bennett out of Kings Park, New York. Race Tech chassis. Bennett won top dragster here a few weeks ago at the Open. Dial 478. Separate them. Advantage went to Marone. Win light goes to Bennett. 28 dead on 6. Puts him 34 total. Gets there by 18th thou. Marone was 024. 2 above 8. No good. Bennett comes back. Don Balducci, Alan Glatt. These guys did this yesterday. Wow. Balducci left lane. Big Dom. Big Daddy, says on his car. New ride for him this year for Voorhees, New Jersey. Dial 479, going to take on a legend, Alan Glatt. Supercharger, Zoomy headers, very loud. Glatt, dial 446. This is the rubber match. Balducci took the one yesterday. See who puts on win light this time. I can tell you these guys know each other very well. Match 22 reaction times. Win light goes. Glatt. 1 above. 022 reaction time. Balducci way above. Looks like he dropped. Didn't drop a whole lot. 22 also reaction time. Goes 5 above. No good. Glatt takes the match this time. Bob Engelman, Frank Mark. Engelman left lane. Miller chassis. Pennsylvania racer, $448. Going to take on Frank Mark Sr. out of Newton, New Jersey. Dial 497.
Buybacks are going to come in.
We'll take door car buybacks to 1 and 2. Door car buybacks to 1 and 2. Potential buy goes to Z102. Anthony Zeg. Once again. Door car buybacks to 1 and 2. Potential buy, Anthony Zeg. Win light goes to Engelman, 15, dead on 7, puts the win light on. Frank Mark Jr., Sr. was 003, but broke out. Didn't work out this time. And your buy run. Round number 1, final car of the round, Chris Beauchamp, Clark Summit, Pennsylvania, RPD Engines. Chris has a 453 on his dial-in board. Once again, we'll take top bulb door card buybacks to 1 and 2. Once again, we need your cooperation today, racers. We're trying to get this in. Want to hand out the big check. So we need your help. When we call you, please be ready. Please come to the lanes as called, as requested. We got bottom bulb, no box buybacks coming at you. Scott Dreyer going to take on Brian Haight. Dreyer left lane. Chevy Blazer, dialed 635, going to take on Brian Haight out of Vernon, New Jersey. 68 Camaro, dialed 641. Good one here, 009012. 3,000 separate them. One light goes Brian Haight, 009. 3 above, gets hit by 17th out. Dreyer was 012. Those 4 above, no good. Brian Haight will move on to round number 2 of our main event for $20,000. Next, we got Christina DeBartolome on Billy Lieber. Christina left lane. Bottom bulb runner-up yesterday. Dialed 696 in the Camaro. Going to take on Billy Lieber. Chevy 2, dialed 604. Separate them this time. Advantage Christina. When live Billy Lieber. 31 up front. 2 above. Gets there by 3 thou. Christina slightly better reaction time at a 26. Goes 2 above 8. To be 3 thou behind Billy Lieber. We'll move on to round 2. Mike Bryson. Ryan Ricketson. Bryson left lane. Reigning Numidia track champ and pro. Dialed 640 in the S10. Going to take on Ryan Ricketson out of New York. Challenger dialed 635. Fourth out, separate them this time. Advantage goes to Bryson. When Green light goes. Mike Bryson, 18 up front, 1 above, gets there by 9th thou. Ricketson, 022, 2 above, no good. Bryson will move on. And your buy run in the pro buyback, Paulie Northrop. Percy, Pennsylvania for Paulie, 69 Chevelle, ISC Racers Tape Family. Paulie dialed 638. Northrop, 34 on this end, and he goes. 632.0. That would have been interesting with a pair. Only 600 under. Final call, door car buybacks. Final call, door car buybacks. We need you now. We need you a couple of minutes ago. Door car buybacks. Bring them up. Should be here. Moving on into door car buybacks. First pair up, Dylan Biondo going to take on Matt Costable. Biondo out of Middle Village, New York, S10. Famous Biondo family. I never get why they run the left lane, left lane, when the Biondo lane is the right lane, but what do I know? Dylan, 6 flat dial, will take on Costable out of Ontario, Canada. Camaro dial 531. Constable taking his time to pre-stage. He's in. And he stages first. Who would have thought? Biondo's in. Here we go. Door car buybacks. Matching 12 reaction times. Anybody's race. Win light's gonna go. Costable, 12 dead on 1 for a 13-pack. Dylan, nice job. He's also 0-12 up front. Takes 6 thou to break out by 5 thou. Had to take a foul. That's a little much to ask for. 12 dead on 1. Costable to round number 2. David Catherman, Scott Popple next up. Catherman left lane, Millville, Pennsylvania. Camaro dialed 641. Going to take on Popple in the Firebird. Went to the quarterfinal round yesterday in the main event. Dialed 527. Numbers advantage this time goes to Catherman. Win light goes Catherman. 003, 1 above 5. Puts him at 18 total. Gives Popple no shot. He's 23 up front. Goes 2 above. No good. Catherman comes back. Jeff Pascarella. Yeah. That's Joey Harrison, left lane. In the Camaro, dial 612. Going to take on Tommy Zimmerman. Paxonis, Pennsylvania. Camaro, dial 528. Harrison, driving the Campanella Camaro. Wow, this should be over. And it is, and I can't believe he went dead on 2. Trip zip, dead on 2 for Tommy Zimmerman. Tommy, what are you doing? Harrison was very late, goes dead on 6. But Zimmerman, I'm going to have to scold you when I see you. It takes a whole lot of stripe to go dead on 2 with a trip zip. That would have hurt if you were 3 thou faster. Just saying. Kevin Little, Tyler Ryan. Little, left lane, Willie's, dial 550, just like my good friend up here, Josh, says he will dial every time. Going to take on Tyler Ryan. Camaro, dial 615. Tyler Ryan goes a foul red. Kevin Little, 005, 551.8. On the 550, comes back for round number 2. Oh, man, again, Tyler Ryan is 1 red, dead on 0. Oh, man. Don't you love this sport? Jamie Horton, Rich Nowitzki next up. Jamie Horton in the Pontiac Astra left lane, dial 608. Going to take on Nowitzki. 38 Dodge Roadster, Mopar Power, dial 562. 9 thou separate them this time. Advantage goes to Nowitzki. But he's struggling with that car for sure. Horton is 031, 1 above, puts the wind light on, gets there by a lot. Nowitzki, 022 better reaction time, but goes 574 and a 62, 12 above. It's just not going to work out. Jamie Horton, around 2. Mike Holland, Gerard Hamlick. Holland, left lane, 631 dial on the Mustang, going to take on Hamlick. Camaro out of Hampton Bays, New York. Gerard, yesterday's main event runner-up. Driving his dragster then. He's in the Camaro now, dial 597. We'll take dragster buyback 3 and 4. Dragster buybacks to 3 and 4. Potential buy. Ostrowski. Once again, dragster buybacks 3 and 4. Potential buy. Ostrowski. .008 to 025. Advantage and win light's gonna go to Gerard Hamlick. 8 up front. Goes 601, 4 above, takes 4 thou, tightens it up sweetly. Holland was 05, 3 above, no good. Hamlet comes back. It's going to bring up Matt Patterson, left lane. Long bed S10, dialed 664. Going to take on Dennebaum, Clark Summit, Pennsylvania, 63 Corvette Roadster. Dennebaum in at a 560. .034 to 039. Advantage goes to Patterson. Win light goes to Dennebaum. Dennebaum 39 up front, 2 above. Gets there by 13th thou. Patterson was 034. Slightly better reaction time. Ends up 3 above 9. No good. Dennebaum moves on. Tom Scrifignano, Mark Price. Your next pair, Scrifignano, left lane, Middletown, New Jersey, S10, dialed 659. Going to take on Mark Price. Wheel stand in Mustang, 561 dial for Price. Seventh hour advantage this time is going to go to Mark Price. When light goes to Price, 9 dead 9, 18 total for Mark Price. Scrifignano, not a bad job. His 16 up front takes 5 thou to break out by 3 thou. Had to take 2 or less. That is tough to do when your competitor's got 22 miles an hour on you. Price comes back. Nice lap. 18 pack. Keith Albinson, Vinny Bronca. Albinson left lane. Driving that low ride S10, dial 570. Going to take on Vinny Bronca. Camaro out of Norristown, dial 571. Eleventh hour advantage goes to Keith Albinson. When light goes, Vinny Bronca. 33 dead on 6 for a 39 pack. Gonna big Vinny Bronca back. Albinson took too much stripe. Was 22 up front. Took 45 thou. Break out by a few. Bronca moves on. Final pair and then a buy run in door call buybacks. K-Money. Kyle Bigley left lane. BTE Firebird dial 571. Going to take on Mike Canova. 56 Chevy 210 body style. Wyckoff, New Jersey. Canova dial 607. Make another call for Dragster buybacks to 3 and 4. Dragster buybacks 3 and 4. Potential buy Jack Ostrowski. You need your Dragster buybacks 3 and 4. And we could have a little staging duel. Possibly, maybe, kinda. Looks like Canova's bumping. He's in. Here comes K-Money. Good one here, 007 to 011. 4th out, separate them. Advantage went to K-Money. When light goes to Money. 7 dead 9, 16 total. Takes 8 thou for a Bigley. Canova was 011, 1 above. No good. K-Money moves on in your buy run, door car buy run. We'll go to Anthony Zegg, Franklinville, New Jersey. Camaro dialed 608. Anthony is 005. It goes 1 above at 111.
All right, attention to the pits. Dragsters for the re-entry round. This is your last and final call. We're going to start suiting you up and sending you out. So last and final call for dragsters for the buyback. I need you in the lanes.
Moving on into dragster buybacks. First pair will be Frank Mark Jr. and Paul Burris. Frank Mark Jr. left lane out of Newton, New Jersey. Will Dahl, 487, going to take on Burris, Newville, Pennsylvania. Mutt and Jeff Promoter had their race here about, a month and a half ago. Burris Dahl, 454. .082, not close. Big advantage goes Frank Mark Jr. Win like goes Frank Mark Jr. 0083 above. Gets there by 39 thou. Burris missed it. Ends up 2 above. No good. Frank Mark Jr. will move to round number 2 of the main event for $20,000. Next up, we got Frank Mark Jr. just won. How about that? Mark Ernest going to take on Scott Tate. Ernest left lane, Millville, Pennsylvania. Dahl 445 going to take on Scott Tate, driving Amy's car out of Middlesburg, Pennsylvania. Tate Dahl 480. .09023, advantage goes Mark Ernest, win like goes Mark Ernest, double breakout race, Ernest Dahl. Scott Tate was 0-23, breaks out by 10th thou, followed him through. Ernest coming back. Got Jack Yost, Jackson Waters next up. Yost left lane, Paxonis, Pennsylvania, Alter, dial 567. Going to take on Jackson Waters out of Massachusetts, dial 496. Six thou separate them. Two pretty decent reaction times. Wind light's gonna go. Jackson Waters, 16, one above. Gets there by 32 thou. Yost better reaction time at a 10. It goes 5 above. Not gonna work out this time. Jackson Waters to round number 2. And next up, Jay Ralston, Tommy Dauber. Ralston left lane, Hunlock Creek, Pennsylvania. Jay, dial 473, going to take on the Red Rocket. Tommy Dauber out of Medford, New Jersey. Dauber in at a 464. Final call for dragster buybacks. Final call, dragster buybacks.
375, 460, you're right around the same by.
We'll put Pro Round 2 on standby. Pro Round 2, you're on standby. Have your stuff ready. 300's advantage. Going to go to the Red Rocket. He's going to put the wind light on this time. 004, 2 above for Tommy. Ralston was 034. Breaks out by 11th out. Took 5th out, but could not win. Red Rocket will move on to round 2. Jimmy DeJocko, Steve Morgret. DeJocko left lane out of Hopewell, New York, dial 442. Going to take on Morgret. Hagerstown, Maryland, dial 449. The Jocko is 2,000 red, Morgret. We'll move on to round number 215 up front. Breaks out by a few. He'll come back for round number 2. Jerry Holcomb, Billy Boyko next up. Holcomb left lane out of Dover, Pennsylvania. Quay Chassis. Dial 466. Going to take on Billy Boyko. Precision reaction car out of Bath. Billy, dial 485. $27 advantage goes to Billy Boyko. Win light goes to Billy Boyko. Double breakout again. Boyko 20 up front. Breaks out by 2,000. Holcomb missed it. Was 47 up front. Breaks out by a bunch. Gets there by 8,000, but no good. Billy Boyko will move on. Emily Marinelli and Dave Rubel. Marinelli left lane out of East Stroudsburg, Pennsylvania, dial 497. Going to take on Rubel out of Bethlehem, dial 461. 15th out red. She ain't gonna be happy. She goes dead on 0. Dave Rubel was not on time. He goes dead on 7, but 064 up front is gonna give him a break. Rubel comes back. Jason Wilson, Alex Albinson next up. Wilson left lane, Penn Argyle, Pennsylvania, $4.76. Gonna take on Albinson out of Wonton, New Jersey, $4.52. Is red. Wilson will come back. 17 reaction time. Breaks out by 13th out. Puts Jason Wilson in around number 2. Albinson, 28 red. 2 above, no good. Wilson returns. It's going to bring up Lauren Jones and Jamie Sirocco. Lauren left lane. Mount Airy, Maryland, dialed 463. Going to take on Sirocco out of Watertown, Connecticut. Jamie dialed 449. We'll take Pro round 2 to 5 and 6. Pro round 2 to 5 and 6. Potential buy. Joe Dukin. Once again, Pro to 5 and 6 for round number 2. Potential buy. Dukin. 6 down. Separate them. Slight advantage goes Jamie Sirocco. Win like goes to Lauren Jones in a double breakout race one more time. Jones is 19 up front. Breaks out by 2 thou. Jamie was 0-13. Took 10 thou. Breakout by 4 thou more. Had to take 6 or less. But Lauren Jones come back for round 2.
You want me to print off the results?
Brian Crump, Gerard Hamlick. Next up, Crump left lane, Cressman Chassis out of Gap. Dial 497, going to take on, once again, yesterday's main event runner-up, Gerard Hamlick out of Hampton Bays, dial 488, just like he was yesterday. Separate them. Anybody's race goes to Hamlet, 24 up front, goes dead on 0, gets there by 6 thou. Brian Crumps, 1 thou better, 0.23 reaction time, dead on 7 for a 30 pack. To be behind by 6 thou, Gerard Hamlick coming back. Bill Marone and Frank Marks Sr. Marone left lane.
Anybody notice if Frank Mark came in with the second car? Okay.
Marone left lane, dial 453 RPD engines. That's his business. And Frank Mark Sr. out of New Jersey, dial 493. Round 2 pro cars once again, 2, 5 and 6. Pro cars to 5 and 6 for round 2. Potential buy, Joe Dukin. Frank Mark turns at 6 thou red. Marone, 0-31. 5 thou under. Will come back for round number 2. Frank Mark with 6 red, 2 thou under is going to end Frank's day. Now we got Vince Schroeder and Charlie Muley. Next pair up, Schroeder left lane, Shank. Pennsylvania racer, regular here at Numidia, dial 473. Going to take on Charlie Muley at Yonkers, New York. Charlie in at a 460. Once again, looking for Pro to 5 and 6. Pro to 5 and 6. We need you now. Pro ET 5 and 6. 012 to 024. Muley has him doubled up. Muley puts the win light on. Have I said double breakout? I have. Muley is 012 up front, breaks out by 9th thou. Schroeder was 024, breaks out by 15th thou. Margin of victory in the breakout, 6th thou goes to Charlie Muley. Final pair and then a bye. Your final pair is Mike Rogers and Big Don Balducci. Rogers left lane out of Albany, dial 479. Gonna take on Big Daddy Balducci, Voorhees, New Jersey. Dom dial 478. Separate him. Advantage goes Mike Rogers. Win light goes to Mike Rogers. 003 goes 480 and a 79. Gets there by 10th thou. Balducci 18 dead 8 is no good. Rogers to round 2 and your bye run. In the buybacks, Jack Ostrowski. East Coast alternator. Pro Charge car. Jack O. Dial 436. Make a final call for Pro Cars to 5 and 6. Pro Cars 5 and 6 for round 2. Strowski 8th thou. Red goes 436.5 on a 436. Don't forget, racers and families, we got the anniversary race next week. 60 years of Numidia being here. And we're selling t-shirts and hoodies. I bought one. Pretty nice. Go pick one up. Don't forget our dinner tonight. Angie will have it ready. We'll let you know approximately when. A little bit later. So don't leave. Stay for dinner. Even. If you unfortunately lost, stick around. We got a nice dinner coming up.
Okay, as soon as the equipment clears the track, we're going to be back to racing here. So if you're in the lanes for pros, suited up, we're going to make a first call for top bulb door cars. Top bulb door cars, bring it up to lanes 1 and 2. 1969 West Siegel, you can go to lane 7. Going to keep the pace rolling now. So top bulb door cars, we're looking for you. Lanes 1 and 2 for round 2. On my second call.
We are going into round number 2. How about that? Who said we couldn't get some racing in today? First pair, bottom bulb. Going to be Mike Thornwall going to take on Michelle Strong. Thornwall left lane. New Columbia, Pennsylvania, 67 Camaro. New ride for Mike this year. Dial 609 going to take on Michelle Strong. Shinny, Pennsylvania. 78 Trans Am, Michelle dialed 681. This is round 2. 2 go down, and only 1 comes back. Once again, we'll take top door cars to 1 and 2. Top door cars to 1 and 2. Potential buy, West Siegel. Good one here, 005 to 007. Win light goes, Michelle Strong. 7 dead, 0 from Michelle Strong. This is amazing. Listen to this. Thornwell is 005, dead on 2, margin of victory. 2-10 thou. Going to Michelle Strong. What a race. That is the race of the day. 7 dead, 0 beats 5 dead, 2. 7 packs, both sides. Less than a thou goes to Michelle Strong. Woo! Odie Hoover, Brian Haight. I'm excited. Hoover, left lane, $683. Yesterday's pro winner. Gonna take on Brian Haight, 68 Camaro, right lane, $642. This time we got 12 thou. Advantage goes to Brian Haight. Win light goes, Brian Haight. How about 10 dead, 0? This is bottom bulb, guys. Hoover's 22 dead, 1 and is no good. First 2 pair of bottom bulbs. 2 great races. Brian Haight coming back. Jesse Alberts, Timothy Fletcher should be another good one. Jesse left lane, Fleetwood, Pennsylvania, driving Joel's car, dialed 696. Gonna take on Timothy Fletcher, 69 Nova, Selma, North Carolina. ATI, Mickey Thompson, Denzo. BP Race Fuels helping out Fletcher, 619 dial for Fletcher. Both guys go red, and a true star wins. Gonna go Jesse Alberts, 13 red. Goes for above. Fletcher is 17 red. Clicks it early. Mike Bryson, Billy Lieber. Bryson left lane, S10, reigning track champ here at Numidia, dial 639. Gonna take on Lieber. Upstate New York, Billy. Chevy 2, dial 604. Once again, top door cars 1 and 2. Top door cars 1 and 2 for round number 2. 11th out, separate them this time. Advantage goes Billy Lieber. Win light goes Billy Lieber. Did I say double breakout? I have. Lieber, better reaction time at a 34. Breaks out by 9th out. Bryson was 045. Breaks out by more. Win light goes Lieber. And we got Paul Northrup, Evan Powell. Northrup left lane, Percy, Pennsylvania, 69 Chevelle. ISC Racers taped out. 636. Going to take on Poust. Picked him up a $20,000 win at the Mutton Jeff. Off the bottom. Vega Wagon down 658. Separate him this time. Advantage this time to Poust. Win light goes Evan Poust. 20 dead on 3 for 23 pack for Poust. Northrop is 25. Drops to go 1 above. Win light goes to Poust. And your final pair, round number 2, bottom bowl. And we got a bye run. Mike LaRose Jr. going to take on Pete Presnell. LaRose Jr. left lane, 71 Vega Wagon. West Monroe, New York, his home, 580 his dial. Going to take on Pete Presnell, coming out of New Jersey. Driving the Brogy Roadster, dial 550.
Hey, you want to start counting?
16th hour advantage goes to Mike LaRose. But the win light's going to Presnell. 36 up front, 1 above. Going to bring Pete back for round number 3. LaRose Jr. better reaction time at a 20. Took 40 at the stripe. Break out by 7th thou. Presnell, 2, round number 2. And your Byron. Bottom bowl, Joe Dukin. Driving to Cole's Cutlass, broke the truck. Was 00 something or other. Got himself a bye in second round. Got a 648 on the dial-in. Final call for top door cars, the 1 and 2. Final call, top door cars, 1 and 2. Joe Dukin, let's go 018. And go 647 at 105. Final call for door cars, round number 2. Final call, door cars, round 2, 1 and 2. Going to make a first call for dragsters for round number 2 to 3 and 4. Dragsters, round 2 to 3 and 4. Potential buy, Josh Speck. Go to lane 7, Josh. Dragsters, 3 and 4 for round 2. Bring him up. First pair at top. Round number 2, Peter Beyond. They're going to take on Tony Yost, the Terminator left lane. Driving Sammy's Firebird. Peter Dial, 590. Going to take on Tony Yost out of Paxonis, Pennsylvania. Low ride, 67 Camaro. Dial 519. turns at 9th out red. Terminator 006. Post 591-1 on a 590 dial. 6th light coming back. Round number 3, Yost 9 red, 1 above, no good. It's going to bring up David Catherman and Vinnie Bronca. Catherman left lane out of Millville, Pennsylvania. Camaro dial 642 going to take on Bronca, also in a Camaro out of Norristown, dial 571.
626.
14th out, separate him this time. Advantage goes to Bronca. Win light goes to Bronca. 11 dead, 2, 13 total. Gives Catherman no shot. He's 25 up front. Took 2th out, but broke out by 14th out to do it. 13 total. Vinnie Bronca to round 3. Now we got Brock Mosher and Lorelei Hoover. Mosher left lane, Reinholds, Pennsylvania, 71 Vega wagon. Mosher dial 539, going to take on Lorelei Hoover. Driving John's Camaro out of Catawissa, dial 626. Again, we need dragsters 3 and 4. Dragsters 3 and 4. Bring them on up. Dragsters 3 and 4. $15,000 separate them. Advantage goes Lorelei Hoover. Win light goes Lorelei Hoover. Taking out the Mosher man. Lorelei is 10 up front, 1 above 2. Mosher had a shot. He's 25 up front. Actually, he didn't take a shot. He broke out by 8th out, broke out by 11, taking 8. Could not win. Lorelei taking out Mosher. Going around 3. Jack Grader, Scott Albrecht next up. Grader left lane. Rolling Thunderbird. Dial 529 going to take on Scott Albrecht. Jackson, New Jersey. Kyle Koretsky own S10, dial 588. Drags round number 2. Nine to an 11. Good race here. When light goes, Albrecht 11 dead 9 for a 20 pack. Jack was 009, but took 14th out to break out by 13th out. When light goes, Albrecht. Now we got Bob Sacamano, Lenny Wisniewski. Sacamano left lane, driving a Cuddy, coming out of Manhattan. Dial 521, going to take on Lenny Wisniewski. Went a whole lot of rounds yesterday. As a matter of fact, he went to the semifinal round of the main event. Lenny dialed for 547. $26 to a 36. Advantage. Wisniewski. Win light. Wisniewski by 2 thou. Lenny is 026. 2 above. Gets there by 2 thou. 36. Also 2 above. By 2 thou. Lenny Wisniewski is coming back. Nick Solovey, Tommy Zimmerman next up. Solovey left lane. Also went to the semifinal round of the main event yesterday. Won it last year. He's on a roll. Daytona dial 606. Going to take on Zimmerman. Paxonis, Pennsylvania. 527 dial for the low ride. Beautiful black Camaro. $5,000 separate up. Advantage goes Solovey. Win light goes Nick Solovey. Solovey's 14 up front. 608 at 115. Zimmerman 19 up front, takes 25 down to break out by 7th out. Had to take 18 or less. Slovi putting another win light on. Goes to round number 3. Mark Truskowski, Anthony D'Agostino. Truskowski left lane out of Mountaintop. Camaro dial 593, going to take on D'Agostino. Bronx, dial 579. Seventh out, separate him this time, advantage. Going to D'Agostino, win light. D'Agostino, 15 up front, 11th out above. For a 26 pack, gets there by 4th out. Truskowski was 22, dead on 8. To be 4th out behind. Patty Boy, Nova. To round number 3. Dalton Rolls, Mark Denenbaum next up. Rolls in his spectacular new ride for him. Chevy 2. There's no money spared in this thing, let's just say that. Rolls dial 511, going to take on Denenbaum, Clark Summit, Pennsylvania, 63 Corvette Roadster. 560 dial for Denenbaum. To a 31, advantage. Rolls, win light, don't rolls. 17, dead on 6. Gets there by 16th now. Denenbaum was 31, dead on 8. No good. Don't roll's gonna bring that. Beautiful. Chevy 2, back for round 3. It's gonna bring out Mark Ernest and Anthony Zeg. Ernest left lane out of Millville, driving a Chevelle. Dial 528, gonna take on Zeg in the Camaro. 608 dial for Anthony. By almost 300s, goes to Zeg. Win light in a double breakout, goes to Anthony Zeg. Zeg is 13 up front, breaks out by a thou. Ernest was 042, got there first, but had to break out by a bunch to do it. Zeg moves on. Jamie Horton, Brent Nowitzki. Horton left lane. Pontiac Astra, dial 607 out of Tompkins Cove, New York. Going to take on Nowitzki. Slatington, Pennsylvania, Trans Am, dial 638. Nobody's trying to win this one, but better reaction time by a bunch goes to Nowitzki. He'll take the win. 39 up front, 2 above. Gets there by 4th thou. Horton missed it. He was 67 up front, goes dead on 1, but no good. Nowitzki comes back. Richie Hoffman, Kyle Core next up. Hoffman left lane. 86 Grand Am. Used to belong to Uncle Butchie. Now 584, going to take on Kyle Core, Myerstown, Pennsylvania, 69 Nova. Emily's car, 650 dial. Only 4th out, separate him this time. Slight advantage goes to Hoffman. But win light goes to Core, 23 dead on 8. He's going to put his win light on. 31 package, gets there by 8th thou. Hoffman was 19, 2 above 0. And no good. Kyle Core goes around 3. Michael Zeg, John Northrup. Couple of young guys. Michael Zeg left lane, driving his Vega. New ride for him this year. Dial 577, going to take on young John Northrup. Camaro dial 591. Advantage goes to Michael Zeg. Win light goes Michael Zeg. 21 up front, 1 above, takes 17th thou. John missed it. 55 reaction time, goes dead on 2. But that's not going to help him out. Zeg comes back, moves on around 3. Andy Shiley, Matt Costable. Shiley left lane, Likens, Pennsylvania, 2002 Camaro. Dial 544, going to take on Costable out of Ontario, Canada. Also Camaro, 530 to dial. 30. Constable has him doubled up. But the win light goes to Shiley as Constable has problems. Randy's 030 up front, goes 3 above. Clicks it early. Constable having problems. 15 reaction time, but way slow. Shiley will come back for round number 3. It's going to bring up Jeremy Popple and Mark Price. Popple left lane. Dial 528. In the Firebird, take on Mark Price. Collegeville, Pennsylvania, 67 Mustang. Dial 562. Stellar, but only 2,000 separate them. When light goes, Mark Price, 36, dead on 0 for Price. Popple was 034. Took 11th out to break out by 9th out. Had to take 2 or less. Price comes back. Kevin Little, Gerard Hamlick. Little, left lane in the Willies, dial 551. Dial 599. Little 06 to 021 advantage. Little win light goes to Little. Little extends 6 for a 12 pack. Gets there by 3 thou. Hamlet could not win. So 21 up front. Breaks out by 6 thou. Still behind. 12 pack. Kevin Little coming back. It's going to bring up Jeff Pasquarella Sr. and Steve Cisco. Pasquarella left lane out of Totowa. Beretta dial 560, going to take on $1.1 million man and $10,000 winner from last night. Spectacular night for Steve last night. When you go 6 rounds and 3 of your lights are trip and one of them's 001, you had a good night. Cavalier dial 602. 15 to 23, advantage Cisco. When lights sit out, Pasquarella was 023, 4 above 8, no good. $1.1 million man. Coming back. Krasinski, don't call me Mikey, left lane. Boyersford, Pennsylvania, Ford Mustang, dial 616, gonna take on Crush. Krasinski, Jeff Krasinski out of Shamokin, dial 563. And as advertised, 2,000 separate them, anybody's race. When light goes, Barber, 14 dead 4 for an 18 pack. Krasinski slightly better light at a 6 thou, had to take 6 or less. Barber coming back. K-Money, Bigley, and John Scott. Bigley left lane. Calls himself K-Money. BTE Firebird, dial 571. Going to take on John Scott in the Escape Vega. Kinzers, Pennsylvania, dial 584. Oh, 17 to, this one's over. Begley will take the win. Yes, he does. Sometimes I get amazed, and I'm amazed right now. Bigley is 017, goes 1 above, takes, I'm going to say it was almost 200, goes 1 above. Bigley takes 17 at the stripe to go, 1 above, 9. He'll come back. Yeah. Jeff Serra, Steve Ryan next up. Serra in Motion Solution Nova, left lane, dial 606. Going to take on Steve Ryan. Been around for a while. Ryan from Westminster, Maryland. Chevy 2, dial 66. 11 to a 12. Anybody's race. Womp, and win light's gonna go Steve Ryan. Ryan, 11 dead 1 for a 12-pack. Sarah is 12. Does his usual job. Takes 6th out with the stripe, but had to break out to do it. 12-pack. Steve Ryan taking out Jeff Serra and your Byron. Door car Byron. It's gonna go to Wes Siegel. Siegel out of Flemington, New Jersey, 69. Spectacular Camaro. Dial 612. Siegel, let's go 016. And goes 613 at 111. Moving on into dragster round number 2. First pair up is Brian Mailer, left lane, coming out of Rome, New York, Spitzer chassis. Mailer, dial 507, going to take on Amy Tate, Middlesbrough, Pennsylvania, undercover chassis for Amy. Tate, dial 478. Advantage goes to Amy Tate. Win light goes Amy Tate. 37 up front, 2 above. Takes 2 thou. Mailer was late. 077. Breaks out by 10 thou. And still behind. Amy Tate. Round 3. It's going to bring up Brian Hoover and Tommy Dauber. Brian Hoover left lane. Catawissa, Pennsylvania. American chassis. Hoover dial 482. Going to take on the Red Rocket. Tommy Dauber out of Medford, New Jersey. Rocket dial 466. Red Rocket goes red by 3 thou. Hoover comes back. Rocket 3 red also breaks out. It's going to end Tommy's day. Hoover, Brian to round 3. Next up, left lane, we got Richie Osborne, Lake Ariel, Pennsylvania. Dial 485, going to take on yesterday's main event, $20,000 winner, Paul Campanella. Campy in at a 451. $22,000 advantage goes to Osborne. Win light goes to Osborne. Richie Osborne laying down 6-pack. 002 dead on 4 for Osborne. 6 total. Campanella is 24, dead on 7, and not even close. 6-pack. Richie Osborne coming back. Kenny Crown, George Gentile next up. Crown left lane, Carbondale, Pennsylvania. Kenny dial 487, going to take on Gentile out of Dix Hills, New York. Dial 470. $16th advantage goes to George Gentile. Win light goes to Gentile. How about 001, 2 above? Going to bring Gentile back for round number 3. Kenny Crown was 017. He had a window. He took 14th thou to break out by 5 thou. Had to take 9 back for round 3. Frank Mark Jr., Steve Morgret next up. Frank Mark Jr. left lane, Newton, New Jersey. Dialed 487, going to take on Morgret out of Hagerstown, Maryland. Dialed 447. Morgret is 1 thou red. Frank Mark Jr. is trip. Zip. Dead on 4 for Frank Mark Jr. Morgret 1 red, dead on 7. Would have been a heck of a race. Perfect reaction time. Dead on 4. 4-pack. Frank Mark Jr. will come back for round 3. Will bring up Kyle Coultrera and Joey Harrison. Coultrera left lane. Coming back from the burnout. Coming out of Elliott, Maine. Coultrera, dial 456, going to take on Joey Harrison. Driving the second Campy car. Paul Campanella owned, dial 466 for Harrison.
Yeah, where you at?
Through a 31, 19th hour advantage goes Coultrera. Win light goes Coultrera. 15-pack, 12 dead on 3 for Kyle. Harrison was 031, 1 above, no good. Win light goes Coultrera. We got Joey Grosso in the left lane, Port Jefferson Station, New York, dial 449, going to take on Bill Waters out of Massachusetts. Waters, the hook. I remember Bill. Waters, dial 481. Grosso turns at 18th out red. Bill Waters, 021, dead on 6. 27-pack. Bill Waters comes back round number 3. Now we we got Nino Reginella and Dan Marinelli. Reginella left lane, Hicksville, New York. Race Tech Chassis, dial 474, going to take on Marinelli. East Stroudsburg, Pennsylvania. Also a Race Tech Chassis. Marinelli, dial 494. They'll separate them. 2 good reaction times. When light goes, Marinelli 11, dead on 7 for an 18 pack. Reginella was 008. Took 12th thou. 2 breakout by 2 thou. Had to take 10. Didn't happen. Marinelli comes back for round 3. Chris Beauchamp, Billy Boyko. Should be a good matchup here. Beauchamp left lane. Clark Summit, Pennsylvania. RPD Engines. Dialed 456, going to take on Billy Boyko. Precision Reaction Core, out of Bath. Crespin Chassis, Billy. 485 dial. Boyko turns at 6 dial red. Beauchamp going to get away with one. 041 reaction time. Breaks out, still comes back. Boyko, red light, no good, ends his day. We got Joe Burish and Charlie Muley. Burish left lane. S&W Chassis. Joe, dial 485. Going to take on Muley out of Yonkers, New York. Charlie in at a 460. One thou between them. When light goes, Burish, 18 dead on 3, 21 total, gets there by 3 thou. Muley was 19 dead on 5. Ends up behind. Burish moves on. Lauren Jones, Michael Shoup. Next up, Lauren Jones left lane, Mount Airy, Maryland. Dial 462, going to take on Shoup out of Hagerstown, Maryland. Shoup in at 477. Both cars are red. True start win light's going to go to Shoup. He's 3 red. And he left first. He'll take the win light. Lauren Jones was 10 red. A little bit redder, a little bit pinker. Shoup comes back. Bob Kalipski, Jeff Wisniewski. Kalipski left lane, Madison Township, Pennsylvania. S&W Chassis, dial 444. We'll take on Wisniewski out of Dixon City. 480 to dial for Jeff. One thou, separate them. Anybody's race, when light goes, Kalipski 17 dead on 5. We're 22 pack, gets there by 7th Al. Wisniewski was 18, 1 above 1. No good. Golubski moves on to round number 3. That's going to bring up Jason Wilson and Gene Drugan Jr. Wilson left lane, Penn Argyle, Pennsylvania, dial 475. Going to take on Drugan Jr., Quakertown, PA. 492 to dial for Gene Drugan Jr. Drugan turns it red. Jason Wilson around 3, 24 reaction time, dead on Jason Wilson. It's going to bring up Chet Dragon and Dave Rule. 32 Bantam. 350 cubic inches of Chevrolet, and I believe he runs on a 2-barrel. At least I read that somewhere. Dial 635, going to take on Dave Rubel, Bethlehem, Pennsylvania dragster. Dial 461. Advantage goes. This time the Rubel. Win like goes. Dave Rubel. 11 up front, 1 above. Takes 15th out. Dragon was 23. Also 1 above. No good's going to end his day. Dave Rubel moves on.
Round 3 pro, short standby.
Round 3 pro, you're on a short standby. Round 3 pro, short standby. Round 3 for pro. Short standby pro. We got Matt Shell, Jackson Waters next up. Shell left lane out of Long Valley, New Jersey. Dial 483, going to take on Waters out of Massachusetts. Dial 497. Separate him. Advantage and win like goes. Shell 20 dead on 8 for a 28 pack. Orders is 027 at 1,000 to work with. Ends up 1 above. Finish line by 11th out goes to Matt Shell.
H5238. First gen Camaro. H5238.
Now we got Bob Engelman and Jack Ostrowski. Engelman left lane. Miller chassis. RPD engines. Dial 448, going to take on Jack Ostrowski. East Coast alternator. That's Jack. Dial 437. Pro charge car for Jack.
Oh, round 3 to 3 and 4.
We'll make a call for pro. Round 3 to 3 and 4. Pro. Round 3, 3 and 4. Byron, 8. Engelman, advantage Engelman. Win light Engelman. 005, 2 above. Bob gets there by 15th out. Jack was 022. Also 2 above. When light goes Engelman. Once again, pro for round 3 to 3 and 4. Potential buy, Brian Haight. Brian Balducci, Mark Siegel, and I think it's actually Big Dom. I believe it. Balducci left lane out of Voorhees. Dial 489. Going to take on Mark Siegel, Flemington, New Jersey. Siegel in at a 469. Big Daddy. Balducci. Siegel turns it red. Big Daddy coming back. 14 reaction time. Breaks out by 11th dial. Balducci returns. Siegel red and dead on 2. Gonna finish him up today. Stick around for dinner, Mark. Big Daddy, moving on. Bill Marone, Scott Albrecht. Ooh, another good matchup. Our own left lane, RPD Engines, his business. Dow 452 going to take on Scott Albrecht. Nitrofish, KPK, Kyle Koretsky owned dragster, Dow 464. Twelfth now separated advantage. Albrecht, Winlight, Albrecht. Scott, 10 up front, 1 above, takes 15th thou. Marone was 022, also 1 above. Winlight goes. Scotty. Now we got Todd Martin going to take on Mark Price. Martin left lane out of Vernon, New Jersey. Dial 488, going to take on Mark Price, Collegeville, Pennsylvania. Here every single week. 472 dial for Mark. 4, pro to 3 and 4. We need you now. Pro to 3 and 4. Big reaction time advantage this time. It's going to go to Mark Price. He should and will put the win light on. He does. 14 up front, goes 5 above. Martin missed it, was late. 2 above, no good. Mark Price to round number 3. Heather Castelletti, Dalton rolls. Heather Boyko Castelletti, left lane, Northampton, Pennsylvania, precision reaction car. Points champ last year, leading this year. Dial 472, going to take on Dalton rolls out of Muncie, PA. American chassis for Dalton, dial 436.
Pro door card. Get them ready.
Super Pro door cars, you're on a short standby. Top bolt door cars, short standby. Be ready. We're making this baby happen. We're going to give out $20,000 today. Not tomorrow, not tonight, today. 8 now, advantage goes to Castelletti, but the win light's going to go to Dalton Rolls. 24 up front, goes 2 above at 148. Heather was 016, but took 39 thou stripe to break out by 7 thou. 32 or less, you know the deal. But Rolls will move on. Rob Bennett, Gerard Hamlick. Bennett, left lane, Kings Park, New York, Race Tech chassis, dialed 477. Going to take on yesterday's main event runner-up, Gerard Hamlick, dial 487. $14 advantage goes. Hamlick, win like goes. Gerard Hamlick. Hamlick lays down 6 total. 005 down on 1 for Gerard. Bennett is 019. Drops to go 2 above, but no good. 6-pack. Gerard Hamlick. Coming back. Let's go bring up Mike Rogers and Jeff Serra. Rogers left lane, out of Albany, Race Tech chassis. Mike, dial 476, going to take on big money. Jeff Serra. Serra, kind of new dragster for him. Starting it up with Jeff Krasinski, Sarah Dow, 484. He can go under. I just like letting everybody know. Everybody knows. Everybody knows. To 15. Sarah's already rocking it, but Winlight's gonna go by 2 thou. Mike Rogers, 15 up front, 1 above, gets there by 2 thou. Jeff screws it up this time, sorry to say. 10 up front, 2 above at 136. Mike Rogers coming back. Can I say screws it up? I don't know. Alan Glatt, Kyle Coutreira. Glatt left lane, dialed 446 in that very loud, supercharged dragster. Take on Kyle Coutreira. Elliott Main. Coutreira in at a 455. Could be a staging duel. We really don't have time for it, guys, but whatever. Coutreira in. 005 to 033, advantage going to the legend. Winlight goes. Glatt, 005, 3 above, takes 9 thou. Kyle kind of missed it, 033 up front, 1 above is no good. Alan Glatt. Round number 3. Got Brian Source and Mark Ernest paired up here. Brian Source left lane, Orangeville, Pennsylvania. New dragster for him, dialed 488. Going to take on Ernest. Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde, Adam, Millville, Pennsylvania. Ernest dialed 446. Between them, advantage Ernest. Winlight goes to Brian Source. 19, dead on 9, 28 total, gets there by 27 thou. Ernest was 014, but only goes 4 above at 139, got way behind. Brian Source comes back. And your final pair of round number 2, Josh Speck gonna take on Jesse Albert. Speck pulled for the bye, does not get it. Coming out of Fulton, New York, dialed 445, going to take on Jesse Alberts, Burnville, Pennsylvania. Jesse running both classes today. Dragster dialed 463. Final pair, round number 2. Top bolt door across the 1 and 2 for round number 3. Top bolt door across the 1 and 2. Bring them on up. 2,000 separate the final pair. Slight advantage goes to Alberts. Winlight goes Alberts. 16 up front goes 1 above. Gets there by 24,000. Spec was 018. 4 above, no good. Alberts to round 3. Once again, top bolt door across the 1 and 2. Peter Biondo is the potential buy, Pete. He just made it up here way too fast. Once again, top bowl door cars 1 and 2. Round number 3. Top bowl door cars 1 and 2. Bring them on up.
All right, looks like we're just missing 2 door cars. Final call for door cars for top. You're double entered. Come in at the beginning of the round. Once again, it shouldn't need to be said, but if you are double entered, coming in at the beginning of the round.
Round number 3. This is bottom bolt. This is first pair of round number 3. Jesse Albert's going to take on Michelle Strunk. Jesse and Joel's dialed 7 flat. Going to take on Michelle Strunk. Chick-Shinny, Pennsylvania Trans Am dialed 681.
You know, there's an extra bungee for it.
I'll get a hold of one.
88.
$32,000 advantage. This time it's going to go. Jesse Albert sees on the brakes, but gives it back by 3,000. Michelle is 058, dead on 2. We'll come back for round number 4. Jesse, I saw him nosedive it. Was 26 up front, goes 3 above, ends up 3,000 behind. He's not going to be a happy camper. Michelle Strunk to round number 4. Billy Lieber, Evan Paust. Lieber left lane, driving a Chevy 2.604, going to take on Paust. Wheel stand and Vega wagon, $658. We'll take Dragsters for round number 3 to 3 and 4. Dragsters round 3 to 3 and 4. Potential buy, Frank Mark. Once again, Dragsters 3 or 4. We need you now. Potential buy, Frank Mark. Lieber turns it 5 thou red. Paust will come back. 28 light, 3 thou under. It's going to move Evan Paust to round 4. Today's $20,000 main event. It's going to bring up Pete Presnell and Joe Dukin. Presnell driving a Brogy out of New Jersey, dial 551. Going to take on Joe Dukin. Driving Nicole's Cutlass, dial 647. Oh, 41-059. Advantage goes Joe Dukin. Win light goes to Dukin. 41 up front. 2 above. Takes 2 thou on the Brogy. Presnell was 059. Dead on 9. And no good. Dukin to round number 4. And your buy run. It's going to go to Brian Haight. Coming out of Vernon, New Jersey. 68 Camaro. Has a 641 dialing on his window. Brian Hay goes dead on 7 at 106. Once again, we need dragsters to 3 and 4. Dragsters 3 and 4. Let's get moving. First pair top bulb, round number 3. We got Mike Barber and Anthony D'Agostino. Don't call me Mikey. Left lane, Royersford, Pennsylvania. Ford Mustang. Mikey dial 616 going to take on Anthony D'Agostino out of Bronx, New York. Patty Boy Nova. Now 580. Good one here. 003 to 008. 5-thou advantage goes to Barber. One light goes to Barber, laying down 6 total. 003 dead on 3. And gets there by nothing. D'Agostino. Wow, 008 doesn't have a shot. He's 2 thou under and doesn't even get there. 6-pack. Mikey coming back. Michael Zeg, Lorelei Hoover next up. Zeg left lane. Franklinville, New Jersey. Vega dial 576 going to take on Lorelei Hoover. Driving John's car. At a catalyst dial 626. And we have matching 018 reaction times. Anybody's race. Going to go to Lorelei. 18 dead on 2 for a 20-pack. Takes out Zeg, who is also 18, but goes 1 above. Lorelei Hoover to round 4. Steve Sisko, Kyle Core. $1.1 million man, last night's $10,000 shootout winner. Dial 604 to Cavalier, going to take on Kyle Core, Myerstown, Pennsylvania, 69 Nova. 650 to dial for Mr. Core.
Bobby, I think there might be sponges in the cabinet box.
Matching 029 reaction times. Anybody's race win light goes to Cisco. 29 dead on 0. Core also 029 takes 7th out to break out by 7th thou. Cisco. He's not on that trip zip pace today, but puts another win light on. We'll come back for round 4. Nick Solovi, Brent Novinsky. Solovi went to the semis yesterday in our main event. Driving to Daytona, dial 607, going to take on Brent Novinsky, Slatington, Pennsylvania, Trans Am, dial 638.
25 total dragsters with you guys.
Once again, dragsters 3 and 4. Dragsters 3 and 4. We need you. 8 thou separate them this time. Advantage Novinsky. Win light goes Brent Novinsky. 14 up front, 2 above, gets there by 9 thou. Solovi was 22 also. 2 above. Novinsky comes back. It's going to bring up Wes Siegel, left lane, Flemington, New Jersey, 69 Camaro. Dial 613, going to take on Shiley out of Likens, Pennsylvania. Randy here every week. Dial 545. Fourth separate him, slight advantage goes Randy Shiley. Win light goes Randy Shiley. 16 dead, 4 puts him at 20 total. Siegel is 20 up front. Goes 10 thou above to be 10 thou behind. Shiley moving on round 4. Kevin Little, Lenny Wisniewski. Little left lane in the Willies. Dial 551. Going to take on Lenny Wisniewski. Dixon City Camaro. Semi-finalist yesterday in our main event. Dial 547. Now separate him. Somebody has a perfect reaction time. That be Lenny Wisniewski. Perfect up front, 2 above. Takes 8 thou. Little was 29 dead on 6 and did not have a prayer. Perfect reaction time. Lenny Wisniewski moves to round number 4. Then we got Dalton Rolls left lane. Spectacular. Spectacular. I can't say it enough times. Chevy 2, dial 511. Going to take on Anthony Zeg. Zeg in the Camaro, dial 607. Seventh out, separate them. Advantage goes, rolls. When light goes, the rolls. 009, 2 above. Zeg was 16, 2 above. No good. Dalton Rolls going to bring that baby back for another round. Got Kyle Bigley, Mark Price, K Money, left lane, BTE Firebird, dial 571. Going to take on Mark Price, Collegeville, Pennsylvania Mustang, dial 562. K-Money turns at 6 thou red. Mark Price, 007. Breaks out by 13 thou. He will come back. Round number 4. Bigley, 6 red. Couple foul under. It's going to end K-Money's day. Final call for dragsters, 3 and 4. Final call dragsters, 3 and 4. Your final pair, and then we have a bye run. Scott Albrecht going to take on Vinny Bronca. Scotty left lane out of Jackson, New Jersey. S10 dial 588. Going to take on Bronca out of Norristown, Pennsylvania. Camaro dial 571. 11th hour advantage. This time goes Scotty Albrecht. When light goes Albrecht, how about a 6-pack for Scotty? 6 dead on 0. It's going to bring Scotty back. And your final pair, thought it was a bye run. I guess not. Peter Beyonder was pulled for the bye. The Terminator. Sammy's Firebird, dial 591. Going to take on Steve Ryan. Ryan out of Maryland. Chevy 2, dial 663. Final pair of door cars. Round number 3. Honda advantage, going to go to the Terminator. I don't see him losing this one, and he will not. Double breakout race, 002 up front. Takes 6th thou to break out by 4th thou. Ryan was 032, broke out by a bunch. Peter will return. Going to move into dragsters. Round number 3. First pair we got Big Don Balducci, Big Daddy. Driving Chicken's car, coming out of Voorhees, New Jersey, left lane, dial 488. Gonna take on Amy T, Middlesburg, Pennsylvania. Amy, dial 480.
Probably gonna have one or two coming from behind the wall here.
Matching 008 reaction times. Anybody's race. Win light's gonna go. Amy T. 008, 2 above, gets there by 2 thou. Balducci also 008, also 2 above. Margin of victory 2 thou goes Amy Tate.
Missing a few drags.
Still missing a few dragsters. We need you now. Dragsters, final call for round number 3. Dragsters, dragsters, dragsters. Final call, round 3. It's going to bring up Brian Hoover and George Gentile. Hoover left lane out of Catawissa. Dial 481. Going to take on George Gentile. Dix Hills, New York. Race Tech chassis for Gentile. Dial 471. Good one here. Both guys 00, 3,000 separate them. Win light goes to Gentile. 005, 1 above, gets there by 7 thou. Hoover was 008, also 1 above. Win light goes Gentile. Joe Burrish, Dave Rule. Next up, Burrish left lane, S&W chassis. I mentioned it before, but the man picked up a $100,000 win last year. Dial 485, going to take on Dave Rubel out of Bethlehem, Pennsylvania. Dave, dial 462. And Josh is hitting the candy. Gotta keep them all. Nobody spectacular, but 4th hour advantage went to Rubel, but the win light goes Burrish. 35 dead on 3, gets there by 5 thou. Rubel slightly better at a 31 light, but goes 2 above, ends up behind Joe Burrish, who's on around number 4. We got Richie Osborne and Gerard Hamlick. Osborne left lane at Lake Ariel, Pennsylvania. Yesterday's main event runner-up, 487 dial. Gerard dials down 1 for the first time, I believe, this weekend. Coming out of Hampton Bays by Hamlick.
God, I hope.
23,000 separate them. Advantage, Hamlick. Win light goes Hamlick. He's on a roll. 004, 10th hour above for a 14-pack. Osborne is 027, has no prayer. Goes 1 above. Hamlick comes back. That'll bring up Brian Source, left lane, Orangeville, Pennsylvania. New dragster for him, dial 489. Going to take on Bill Waters out of Massachusetts. Waters in at a 481. Waters having problems on the starting line. Rolls through the beams. Brian Soros will take the win. 32 reaction time, 1 above is good enough. Waters just gonna roll down to the finish line. Tough break for Waters. Soros comes back. We got Jason Wilson and Michael Shoup. Wilson left lane, Penn Argyle, Pennsylvania, dial 476. Going to take on Shoup out of Hagerstown, Maryland, dial 478. Double 08 to 033. Big advantage goes to Shoup. Win like goes. Michael Shoup. 008 up front, 1 above. Gonna bring Shoup back for round number 4. Wilson was 033 dead on 9, but still 21 thou behind. Shoup. Moving on. Mike Rogers, Dan Marinelli. Rogers left lane out of Albany. Race Tech chassis. 477 dial for Mike. Gonna take on Marinelli out of East Stroudsburg, Pennsylvania. Marinelli dial 494.
Semifinals, get ready.
Pro semis, you're on short standby. Pro semis on short standby. $15 advantage goes to Mike Rogers, but the win leg goes to Dan Marinelli. 35 up front, 10 thou above for a 45 pack. Gets there by 4 thou. Rogers might have let him back in. He's 20 up front. Goes 29 thou above. Ends up 4 thou behind. Marinelli, round 4. Chris Beauchamp, Jesse Alberts. Beauchamp left lane out of Clark Summit, Pennsylvania. RPD Engines. Dial 456, going to take on Alberts. Burnville, Pennsylvania, Dragster, dial 463. Matching 015 reaction times. The light's going to go to Alberts. 15 dead on 7. 22 total. Gets there by 23. Thou. Beauchamp also 015. Drops a bunch to go 3 above. Gets behind. Doesn't work out. Alberts will move on.
5 or 6 seconds fast.
Take the pro semis to 5 and 6. Potential buy goes to Evan Poust. Once again, pro semis to 5 and 6.
Fast. 2-2.
We got Matt Shell, Dalton Rolls. Shell left lane out of Long Valley, New Jersey. Dial 483. Going to take on Dalton Rolls. Muncie, Pennsylvania. Already put the win light on in that spectacular Chevy 2. Dial 436 in the dragster. Matching 031 reaction times. Win light's gonna go. Dalton Rolls. He does it again. Rolls is 31 up front. Drop Shell is also 031. Gets there by 25 thou. To break out by 7 thou. Had to take 18 or less. Rolls drops away. Puts another win light on. Now we got Bob Engelman and Scotty Albrecht. Engelman left lane. Miller chassis. RPD engine, dial 449, going to take on Scotty Oldbrick. Nitrofish KPK car, dial 465. Scotty turns at 6, dial red, and we'll click it off. Engelman 034, and a foul under, comes back. Got a few dragsters left in round number 3. This pair will be Bob Kalipski and Mark Price. Kalipski, left lane, Madison Township, Pennsylvania, dial 444. Going to take on Mark Price out of Collegeville, dial 473. Double 08 to 038, 300s advantage. Mark Price win line. Oh, no, you're kidding me. Double breakout race going to Kalipski. 38 up front. Breaks out by 3 thou. Price was 008. Took 35 thou to break out by 8 thou. Oh, Mark at 300 in the bank does not turn on the win light. Kalipski getting a break. We'll come back for round 4. That'll bring Kyle Coultrera and a very loud Alan Glatt. Coultrera left lane out of Elliott, Maine. Undercover chassis. Anytime big money winner. Dial 456, going to take on Alan Glatt. The legend of Alan Glatt. Supercharged Zoomy headers for Alan. And he is dialed 446. Final pair and a bye coming up.
Unless we had anything overland, so the blue track didn't miss.
Double 04 to 013, 9th hour advantage goes to Coultrera. Win light goes to Coultrera. 5-pack for Kyle Coultrera. 004 dead on 1. Gonna bring Kyle Coultrera back. Takes 6 thou. Blatt was 13, breaks out by 2 thou. Still behind. 5-pack for Kyle Coultrera. And your buy run's gonna go to Frank Mark Jr. Coming out of Newton, New Jersey. Race Tech chassis for Frank Mark Jr. His dial-in, 487. We're missing one pro. We need the semifinals of Pro ET. We need you now. Frank Mark Jr., let's go 008. And goes dead on 3. Nice 11-pack on a buy run for Frank Mark Jr. Gonna make a first call for top bolt door course for round number 4, potential by Lenny Wisniewski. Once again, top bolt door course, the 1 and 2 for round number 4, potential by Wisniewski. Once again, looking for top bulb door cars, the 1 and 2. Top bulb door cars, 1 and 2. Potential by Wisniewski. Bring him up. Doing a little final track prep. We'll bring out the pro semifinals in just a minute or two. Don't forget we have 60th anniversary t-shirts and hoodies on sale. I got a hoodie. It looks good. Rob Domino says A-OK. So pick one up. Souvenir stand. Rob said I had to put the hoodie on because I was wearing a competitor, not a competitor.
No, just tell them. Tell them the truth.
Accelerated travel t-shirt on, and
Not allowed.
Rob said not allowed. Semifinal round of Pro ET. Brian Haight going to take on Michelle Strunk. Brian Haight left lane out of Vernon, New Jersey. Dow 642 going to take on Michelle Strunk. Chick-Shinny, Pennsylvania Trans Am. Michelle dialed 681. 4 cars left in bottom bowl. Bottom bowl bonus is $2,000. 200s separate them. Advantage went to Haight. Win light goes to Haight. How about 6 dead on 8? 14 total for Brian Haight. Michelle, not a bad lap. 026, 10 down above. Is no good. Brian Haight will be in the final of bottom bowl. Going to take on the winner of this pair, Joe Dukin, Evan Powell. Dukin left lane. Driving to Coles. Cutlass. Broke the truck. Down 648. Going to take on Powell. Wheel stand and Vega Wagon. Down 658. Dragsters, you're on short standby. Dragsters, short standby. $14 down, separate them. Advantage goes to Dukin. Win light goes to Dukin. 41 up front, dead on 4. Going to bring Dukin back for the final of bottom bowl. Evan Pass was 055. Broke out. Got there by 9th out, but no good. Dukin and Haight. Final Pro ET. Going to make a first call for Dragsters for round number 4 to 3 and 4. Potential buy goes to yesterday's main event runner-up, Gerard Hamlick. Potential buy for Hamlick. Dragsters 3 and 4. Bring him up. Number 4, top bowl. First pair up. Peter Biondo and Brent Nowitzki. The Terminator left lane. Sammy's Firebird. Peter has a long list of accomplishments. Many-time national event winner, etc., etc. Many-time big bucks bracket race winner. Biondo Doll, 590. Going to take on Brent Nowitzki out of Slatington, Pennsylvania. Trans Am. Brent in at a 638. Once again, Dragsters 3 and 4. Dragsters 3 and 4. Potential buy, Hamlet. Sixth out, separate them. Advantage goes Peter Biondo. Win light goes Peter Biondo. 13 dead, 8, 21 total. Takes 15th out. Novinsky was 0-19. Didn't have a whole lot of room. Was one above. Terminator. Moving on to round number 5. It's going to bring up Steve Sisko and Mark Price. $1.1 million man. Last night's $10,000 shootout winner. Driving his 83 Cavalier, dialed 602, going to take on Mark Price, Collegeville, Pennsylvania, 67 wheels, standing Mustang, dial 561.
Wheels. Block.
$11,000 separate him. Advantage goes to Mark Price. When light goes to Price. Price is 10 up front, 10,000 above for a 20-pack. Gets there by 4,000. Cisco is 21 dead 3 for a 24-pack. Ends up 4,000 behind. Price, 20-pack. Coming back. Cisco's weekend ends right there. Mike Barber, Lorelei Hoover, Mikey, don't call me Mikey. Royersford, Pennsylvania, Ford Mustang, dial 616. Gonna take on Lorelei Hoover, Catawissa, Pennsylvania, driving John's Camaro, dial 626. $13,000 separate him this time. Advantage. Don't call me Mikey. Win light. Don't call me Mikey Barber. Gonna go to round number 5. 15 up front, 1 above, takes 15,000. Lorelei, nice day today. 28, 1 above, no good. Barber comes back. We got Dalton Rolls and Randy Shiley. Rolls left lane. Did I say this thing's spectacular? Did I say there is no expense spared? Chevy 2, dial 512. Going to take on Shiley. Likens, Pennsylvania, Camaro, dial 545.
Really messing on that D there.
Shiley, big time advantage this time. Oh, you got to be kidding me. Randy Shiley is 005, gets there by 79 thou. Rolls is late, stops to go 1 above. Shiley breaks out by 6 thou. Dalton Rolls gets a big break there. He'll come back for round 5. Final pair of the round. Scotty Albrecht going to take on Lenny Wisniewski. Wisniewski pulled for the bye. Does not get it. Gets Scotty Albrecht. Who's dial 588 in the S10. Wisniewski 547. Dialing for the Camaro. Scotty. 1 thou red. Wisniewski moves on. 13 up front. Breaks out by 15 thou. Scotty shuts it off after being 1 thou red. Pro final on, you're on standby. Pro final on standby. Round number 4 of Dragsters. First pair is Jesse Alberts and Amy Tate. Jesse, left lane, Burnville, Pennsylvania. $464, going to take on Amy Tate out of Middlesburg, Pennsylvania. A couple of regulars here at Numidia. Amy in at a 480. $18,000 separate them. Advantage, Amy Tate. Oh, but the win light's going to go. Jesse Alberts, 29 up front. Goes dead on one for a 30-pack. Amy was 0-11. Better reaction time by 18 thou. Took 20 at the stripe to go 1 thou under. Jesse, round number 5. Now we got Frank Mark Jr. and George Gentile. Frank Mark Jr. left lane out of Newton, New Jersey. Dial 487. Going to take on Gentile out of Dix Hills, New York. George in at a 472 dial. Reaction time advantage goes Frank Mark Jr. Win light goes Frank Mark Jr. 0022 above, takes 31 thou. Gentile missed it. 51 up front, dead on 4, no good. Frank Mark Jr. to round number 5. Make the call for the pro final. Pro final, bring them on up. 5 and 6. Pro final to 5 and 6. Next up, we got Brian Source and Dan Marinelli. Source left lane out of Orangeville, Pennsylvania. Driving his new ride, Dragster, Dot 491. Going to take on Marinelli, East Stroudsburg, Pennsylvania. Dan in at a 496. With 26, Source has him doubled up. Source wins the double breakout. 13 up front, breaks out by 2 thou. Marinelli was 0-26. Broke out by 12 thou. Win light goes Brian Source. Joe Burrish, Michael Shoup. Next up, Burrish left lane. Dial 485. Going to take on Shoup out of Hagerstown, Maryland. Dial 478. Once again, pro final of 5 and 6. Pro final 5 and 6. Advantage goes to Burrish. Win light goes Joe Burrish. Laying down 5. 5 total. 001 dead on 4 for Joe Burrish. Shoot was 31 dead on 5. No good. 5-pack. Joe Burrish coming back for round 5. We got Bob Klipsky and Dalton Rolls. Klipsky left lane out of Madison Township, Pennsylvania, $4.44, like he's been all day long. Going to take on Rolls out of Muncie, $4.36. Rolls just got a break in a Chevy 2. He'll come back round 5 with that, with like 2 entries in round 5. Goes Klipsky. Klipsky, 32 dead on 1, puts his win light on. Dalton Rolls missed it, 0.52. Goes 1 above on a drop, but no good. Klipsky moves on. Got final pair and a buy run. Final pair is Bob Engelman and Kyle Coultrera. Engelman left lane, Miller chassis, RPD engine, $4.49. Going to take on Kyle Coultrera. Elliott Main from Kyle. He is $4.56. Six to a 10, 4th hour advantage. Kyle Coultrera, win light, Engelman. Ted, 1 above, gets there by 3 thou. Coultrera slightly better, 006, drops to 2 above. Does not work out. Engelman to round number 5. And your buy run's going to go to last night's main event runner-up, Gerard Hamlick, Hampton Bays, New York, dragster, $4.87. Draw at 0.15 on this end. Clicks it early. Goes 5.04 at 112.
All right, attention to the pits, top bulb door cars, get them ready. We'll be calling you down in 1 minute. We're trying to give Rose a little bit of time. We know we're running you quick, but we are trying to get this thing in today. Somehow the forecast was favorable after not being favorable this morning, so we want to finish it up, get it in the books. We want to thank everybody for coming down right when we call you. It's been a big help, and we should be able to get this thing done. So top bulb door cars, get it ready. 1 minute on the call.
You heard it from Josh. He's a tough boss up here, but I like him. That Josh is okay. This is your bottom bulb final. The winner will get a $2,000 bonus and move on to the next round of top bulb. Brian Haight going to take on Joe Dukin. Haight, left lane, Vernon, New Jersey, 68 Camaro, dial 641. Going to take on Joe Dukin. Dukin into Cutlass. Broke the pick-em-up truck. Jumped into Cole's car, dial 648. This is for $2,000 and going to move to the next round of top. Pre-stage is lit. 8 is in. And Dukin is in. Final round. Here we go. Pro ET. Big reaction time advantage going to Brian Haight. He should win. And he does. 006, 4 above. Gets there by a bunch. Dukin having problems on the line. A little bit late. 2 above. No good. Brian Haight will take that $2,000 and move on to next round of top bulb. That kind of looks sexual, Mark. Just saying. Top bulb door cars to 1 and 2 for round number 5. Top bulb door cars 1 and 2. Bring them up. Potential buy goes to Mark Price. Door cars 1 and 2. going to make a first call for dragsters for round number 5. Dragsters for round 5 to 3 and 4. Attention by Joe Barish. Missing one door car for round 5. We need you. You know how to turn it on. Go ahead.
All right, everyone. So at dinner time at 4:30, the big feast. We got a big surprise happening at the feast. So at 4:30, we got a mascot joining us at dinner. At 4:30, he's coming out. Take photos, send them on Instagram. He'll be out in a sec.
You heard it. We got the mascot coming out at 4:30, so be there for the party, for the dinner, and the mascot at 4:30. Don't be late. Don't go home. Come eat and enjoy. Round number 5 of top all door cars. We got 5 door cars left. First pair is Peter Biondo and Lenny Wisniewski. The Terminator left lane. Driving Sammy's Firebird. What can you say? Peter's done a lot, won a lot. Dial 590, going to take on Lenny Wisniewski. Had a kind of a slow start this weekend. Ended up in the semifinal round of our main event yesterday. Lenny dialed 546. Now separate him. Advantage. Wisniewski. Win like goes. Lenny Wisniewski taking out the Terminator. Lenny was 11 up front. Goes dead on 4 for a 15-pack. Biondo drops him off. Was something. 20-something. But my screen went away. So Wisniewski comes back. Mike Barber going to take on Dalton Rolls. This pair Barber left lane, don't call me Mikey. Mustang dialed 616, gonna take on Dalton Rolls. Chevy 2, dialed 511. He told me I'm playing it up too much, so I'm just gonna say it's a Chevy 2. 511 dial. Dalton Rolls. Second spot going. Barber fights it close. Fourth out separator. Slide advantage goes to Barber. Went like goes Mike Barber. 009, one above. Gets there by 11th out. Dalton was 013. Drops a bunch to go 2 above. Barber comes back. And your Byron's going to go Mr. Mark Price. 67 Mustang going to try out the left lane. It's been in the right all weekend. Got a 562 on the dial-in board. Or the dial-in window. Price, 026, it makes a left turn, and I'm sure if he has a choice, he'll be back in the right lane. Clicks it early, 8:33 at 64 miles an hour. Comes back for round number 6. Here come the dragsters. Round number 5. First pair is going to be Jesse Alberts and Gerard Hamlick. Jesse, left lane, Burnville, Pennsylvania, Racecraft Chassis. Jesse Dial, 463, going to take on Gerard Hamlick. Dial, 487. Yesterday's main event runner-up, coming out of Hampton Bays, New York, is Gerard Hamlick. Had the bye run last round for Gerard. Seven dragsters left. We will have a bye run. Jesse is staged. Here's Hamlick. First pair, round number 5 of dragsters, 006 to 022. Advantage, Hamlick, win light, Hamlick. 006, one above, gets there by 3,000. Jesse is 022, dead on 2. 24 pack, no good. 19 total for Hamlick. We'll come back. Make that a 21 total. I can't do math. Quick math was absolutely wrong. Brian Source, Bob Kalipski next up. Brian Source, left lane, Orangeville, Pennsylvania. New ride for him, dial 489. Going to take on Kalipski out of Madison Township, Pennsylvania. Bob, dial 445. To a 12, 7th out separator, 7th out advantage goes. Source, win light goes. Brian Source. 5, then on 7, 12 pack gets there by 9th out for Brian Source. Kalipski was 12 up front. Ends up 9th out behind, going dead on 9. 12 pack beats the 12 light. Brian Source comes back for round number 6. Frank Mark Jr., Bob Engelman. Next up, Frank Mark Jr., coming back from the burnout, Newton, New Jersey, dial 487, going to take on Engelman. Engelman, RPD engine, Miller chassis, dial 449. Advantage Engelman, but the win light goes to Frank Mark Jr. 11, 1 above 8, gets there by a single thou. Engelman was 002, goes 2 above 8 to be a thou behind Frank Mark Jr. to round number 6. And your bye run's going to go to Joe Burish. Going to try to right lane out. Has the 139 tribute dial for Sean Serra. Show 11 on this end, clicks it early, and goes 515.
Same as yesterday.
All right, round number 6 coming up. Your pairings are Source, lane choice over Price, 8, lane choice over Burish, Hamlick, lane choice over Mark, and Barbara, lane choice over Wisniewski. Once again, Source, lane choice over Price, 8, lane choice over Burish, Hamlick, lane choice over Frank Mark Jr., and Barbara, lane choice over Wisniewski. 8 cars. Please bring them to the staging lanes. Gonna get this thing finished up. Hand out a big check. Missing one. His name is Frank Mark Jr. We need you, Frank Jr. Here we go, quarter, final round. 8 cars left for $20,000. First pair is going to be Brian Source and Mark Price. 2 regulars here at Numidia. Brian Source left lane, new dragster for him. Coming out of Orangeville, Pennsylvania, dial 489. Going to take on Mark Price, Collegeville, Pennsylvania. Mustang, dial 561. To a 21, 10th hour advantage goes Mark Price. Win light goes Mark Price, 11 up front. Goes 1 above, gets there by 16th hour. Source was 0-21. Looks like he might have dropped, goes 2 above. Mark Price to the semifinal round. Next up, Mike Barber going to take on Lenny Wisniewski. Barber left lane, don't call me Mikey. Out of Royersford, Pennsylvania. Mustang, dial 616. Going to take on Lenny Wisniewski. Yesterday's semifinalist in the main event, Wisniewski out of Dixon City, Pennsylvania, dial 546. $12,000 separate him. Advantage. Wisniewski. Win line. Lenny Wisniewski. 004. 10th hour above for a 14 pack. Barber is 016. Cannot win. Goes 2 above. Wisniewski is hot. Going to another semifinal round this weekend. And we got Frank Mark Jr. and Gerard Hamlick. Frank Mark Jr. left lane. Dial 487 out of Newton, New Jersey. Going to take on yesterday's runner-up in our main event, Gerard Hamlick. Hamlick been hot. Coming out of Hampton Bays, New York, dial 487. Both guys in at 487. Somebody's going to stage. I think. Somebody will stage. Hamlick's in. Frank Mark Jr. in. 3,000 separate him, 18-21, slight advantage. Frank Mark Jr. win like goes. Frank Mark Jr. 18 up front, 10th hour above, 13th hour above, takes 10th hour. Hamlick was 0-21, 2 above, no good. Frank Mark Jr. to the semis, and your final pair. Final pair going to be Brian Haight and Joe Burrish. Haight, the bottom ball winner, picked up $2,000 extra already. Going to take on Joe Burrish. Haight, left lane, coming out of New Jersey. Camaro dial 641 off the bottom. Joe Burrish, dial 485 S&W Dragster. $100,000 winner last year in Virginia. Final pair. See who goes to the semifinals. Big advantage goes Joe Burrish. He's out of it, and he'll take the win. 004 up front, 3 above, takes 21 thou. Height missed it just a little bit. It was 41 up front, 2 above, no good. Joe Burrish to the semifinal round.
Last call for fuel. Fuel shutting down in 15 minutes. Last call, fuel shutting down in 15 minutes. In 1 hour, 4:30, you come to the tent. The meal for today will be served at 4:30. Don't leave. You'll be missing out on a good meal. 4:30 at the tent for the meal. Fuel, 15 minutes.
Okay, we're down to the semifinals. $20,000 to win. We need those cars back into the lanes. It's Barish with lane choice over Price. Wisniewski with lane choice over Mark. So Barish over Price, Wisniewski over Mark. Take those 4 cars to the lanes. All right, we got 3 out of 4, just missing 1 car. And I'm sure you guys are going to talk turkey or whatever you do, chicken dinner, whatever you got going on back there. Don't spoil your dinner, guys. Let's go. Semifinals, last car, we need you.
Okay, just so you know, Sylvan Stand will remain open. Sylvan Stand remain open for ices, drinks, sweatshirts. We got my 60th anniversary sweatshirt for Numidia Dragway. Sylvan Stand will be remaining open, but concession stand closing at 4, and the dinner under the tent will begin at 4:15. So, at 4:15, you get yourself a nice dinner, and Sylvan Stand will remain open if you need to get some Italian ice for your ride home or a sweatshirt or whatever. And fuel is shutting down in 2 minutes, and we thank you all for coming and bearing with the weather. And when it's all said and done, pack your junk up and get the hell out of here.
Bob, you sounded so nice. It was so mild up until the last part. semifinal round of our $20,000 Saturday. First pair is going to be Joe Burrish taking on Mark Price. Burrish left lane. S&W Dragster. Dialed 485 going to take on Mark Price out of Collegeville. Pennsylvania 67 Mustang. Dial 561. This is the semifinal round. Winner goes to the final. I guess that makes sense. Price staged up. Burrish staged up. First pair, semifinal round. Here we go. 14 over 39. Advantage, Mark Price. Win line, Mark Price. 14 up front, 2 above. Gets there by 14 thou. Burrish missed it. 039, 1 above. No good. Mark Price will go to the final. Take on winner of this pair. Frank Mark Jr., Lenny Wisniewski. Frank Mark Jr., left lane. In the dragster from Newton, New Jersey. Dialed 487. By Keysben. All day long to take on Lenny Wisniewski. Yesterday's semifinalist in the main event is back this time. Would probably like to go one more round. Lenny out of Dixon City, Pennsylvania. 67 Camaro, dial 545. Wisniewski turns it 1 thou red. Frank Mark Jr. to the final round. Clicks it early, goes 494 and 87. Wisniewski a thou red, dead on 4. Nice weekend for Lenny. 2 semifinal appearances. Tough break. Thou red, dead on. Frank Mark Jr. will take on Mark Price in the final for $20,000.
Frank Mark, don't do it. Don't do it. Frank Mark, don't do it, because the sign is being made right now. You'll be right next to Mulaney on the wall. We're going to call that the wall of embarrassment. Frank Mark, don't do it.
The international split.
Okay, we'll take the final. All right, had to turn down the radio. Was listening to Big Bobby's antics earlier. So we'll take the final for the main event to the lanes. Take the 20 grander final to the lanes.
Don't do it, Frank. Don't do it. You'll be on the wall of shame next to Mulaney. Don't do it, Frank. Don't do it.
All right, we got one driver just waiting on the second. So we can wrap this up. We'll take the final.
We got our final coming up just about any moment now. And from what I understand, it's deal or no deal, and no deal. I was watching Deal or No Deal last night. Love that show. I watch stupid people turn down big money. Final round coming up right now for $20,000. Final round, here we go. Frank Mark Jr. will take on Mark Price for 20 big ones. It's a deal or no deal, and we hear in the tower, there is no deal. Frank Mark Jr., left lane, in the dragster, and will back up. Coming out of Newton, New Jersey, dial 487. Going to take on Mark Price, Collegeville, Pennsylvania, 67 Mustang. Four-car dragster final for a $20,000 check. A Big Bob's going to ride out for them. Frank Mark Jr. has the pre-stage on. Mark Price rolls in. We'll stage up for $20K right now. Price is in. Frank Mark Jr. in. Final round. Here we go right now. 10 to a 15. 5-thou advantage goes to Frank Mark Jr. Win light goes Frank Mark Jr. by 2 thou. 10 up front. 12 thou above. 22 package gets there by 2 thou. Frank Mark takes the win. Mark Price was 15. Dead on 9. 24 total. Ends up 2 thou behind. Great final, guys. Congratulations goes to Frank Mark Jr. taking home the cash. Great job by Mark Price. 15 dead on 9 is not a bad lap. Frank Mark Jr. going to take the big win today. Thank everybody for your cooperation today. We had crappy weather forecast. We had a little rain earlier, and we got this baby in. Going to hand out the big checks. So thanks again. Stick around for dinner. We have the feast coming up. So don't leave. Dinner's on call. And here's Frankie.